Chapter 261. Chapter 261, Shang Clan Inner City. Fang Yuan paid 200 primeval stones, and entered the inner city with Bai Ningbing. Inner city, although built in the mountain, had wide walking paths that could accommodate 10 horse carts traveling in a line. Once they entered, the crowds became much smaller, less than half of the outer city. But GU masters became littered everywhere, rank 1s were all over the place, rank 2 mixed in among them, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 3s. There were few to no mortals. After all, 100 primeval stones were needed to enter. Most GU master had servants to attend to them, but did not want to waste their money like this. The illumination of the inner city was through a type of charcoal. The charcoal stone could burn for a long time, and did not produce smoke. Every 100 steps, Fang and Bai would see a hole dug in the walls, as a bunch of charcoal stones burnt within. Even though the charcoal stone did not emit much heat, with so many of them burning at once, it still caused the inner city's temperature to be higher than outside, and the air to be much drier. Unlike outer city, which had all sorts of buildings, being a complete mix, the buildings here were all of one structure, and looked the same, made through a heat-resistant red lava stone. All sorts of paths extended out from the main street. At the same time, every 500 steps, a huge round pillar would appear. There was a spiral stone stairs on the surface of the pillar, as it extended upwards, with railings along the stone stairs. Through the stone pillars, people could go up 1 floor, or get to the street 1 floor lower. The inner city was not flat, but was more spherical. From up to down, numerous paths and buildings existed, linking together and allowing one to travel anywhere they wanted easily. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved towards the deeper part of the mountain. This was still not their destination. At a certain location, a sentry appeared. The GU master at work had higher cultivation, as the security of the place was heightened. "Do both of you have a token?" The guard stopped Fang and Bai. Shang Clan gave tokens of varied authority to people of different statuses. "This is our first visit," Fang Yuan said. Obviously, he had no such thing. "In that case, it will be 200 primeval stones per person," the guard said. Fang Yuan paid the primeval stones, and the guard let them through. The two arrived at the 4th inner city as a result. Shangliang Mountain had been through a few thousand years of development by Shang Clan. The entire mountain was remodeled by Shang Clan, digging paths and constructing new buildings, classifying the place into regions. Thus, the inner city was huge. From inner to outer, there was 5 regions. The first inner city was called the Central Inner City, the political heart of Shang Clan, and also their military base. The second inner city was also known as the Clan City. Only Shang clansmen could stay here. The third inner city had an elegant environment, with clean and fresh air. It was the high-class zone. Fourth inner city was the middle-class zone. Fifth inner city was the low-class zone. Any further and we get to the outer city, having high traffic flow, and all sorts of goods transportation. Compared to the inner city, it was much more chaotic. This construction structure was somewhat like a termite hill on Earth. Termite hills were 4 to 10 meters long, with the termites living within, in small interconnected tunnels, complex and exquisite. Once the two entered the 4th inner city, they could feel more moisture in the air as the temperature dropped slightly. Compared to 5th inner city, 4th inner city was a grade higher. Not only was the entrance fee twice as high, it also had much better facilities. Firstly, light was not provided by charcoal, but by a large number of a specific rank 1 grass GU. The name is Moonlight Crawling Mountain Tiger. This was a type of vine, growing on the walls of both sides of the street. As it spread out, it could be seen everywhere. The roots were deep blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a small blue moonlight. Just one segment of the path had thousands of leaves, as the gentle blue light merged into one. Because of the large numbers of leaves, the air is more humid and water vapor filled the air. Near the ground, there was mist from the condensed vapor. The moonlight refracted in the mist, turning into an aurora. As one walked on the streets, they had a feeling of walking in a spiritual realm. The buildings here were mostly full of carvings and decorations. Some residents created grass fields, and placed flower vats, while others made artificial mountains, and pavilions. There was even less people on the streets here. Rank 2 GU masters were now the common group. After all, 200 primeval stones was a huge sum to rank 1 GU masters. Most evidently, the streets were still noisy in 5th inner city, but here, it was much more quiet. The two continued deeper, and got to the city gate. Without a token, to enter the 3rd inner city, both of you would need to pay 600 primeval stones. The guard's cultivation was already rank 3. Fang Yuan gave the primeval stones, and arrived at the 3rd area. This place was different from 4th Inner City yet again. All infrastructure were made using star stones. This type of rock was a widely used material in GU refinement, able to emit starlight in the darkness. The entire 3rd Inner City used star stones. Not only buildings, but even the walking paths were made of star stones. At one glance, starlight filled the air as vision is clear, without any mist as obstruction. The air was fresh and clear. Looking around, there were pavilions, red walls and green bricks, and even transplanted bamboo forests, famous trees, making an artificial mountain, with spring water flowing as well. The streets had little people, quiet and serene, like a star palace. Truly rich and extravagant, Bai Ningbing slightly assessed, just the cost of the buildings she could see, was an astronomical figure. As the most wealthy clan in the southern border, even Shang clan's leg hair was thicker than normal people's waists. Although an exaggeration, the rumors were not baseless. Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. In fact, the entire Shang clan city was a literal mountain. Shang clan mainly traded, and that involved the entire southern border. Shang clan's true wealth and asset, no one could make clear of it. But Fang Yuan knew, just this 3rd Inner City's construction could match with tens of GUU clan's total wealth. At this place, even rank 2 GU masters became rare. Once in a while, they saw GU masters, but there were almost all rank 3. This was Fang Yuan's destination. Any deeper, and it is the 2nd Inner City. But to enter, it is no longer a problem of primeval stones. Shang clan city's token is required. And this token's authority has to reach a certain level. Tong O shop. Fang Yuan looked at the plaque before walking in. This was a shop that sold GU worms. 2 esteemed guests, please enter. The attendant was a young girl, walking over and spoke in a soft volume. Her aura was not concealed, showing off her rank 1 GU master cultivation. Although Fang and Bai wore mortal clothing, one was ugly while the other was down and out, this GU master girl still showed a respectful attitude, displaying her superior service attitude. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were brought into an elegant room. This is a private room, with wooden tables and chairs, with sculptures and paintings hanging on the white walls. The brush strokes resembled dragons and phoenixes dancing as the strokes were written with precise strength. Through the window lattice, the garden could be seen, green trees and red flowers along with the chirping of birds. The GU master young girl brought over 2 cups of fragrant tea and left. Just as she left, an elderly man entered. May I inquire if our 2 esteemed guests are here to buy or sell? The elderly was a rank 2 GU master, smiling as he cupped his fists and asked. Both buying, and also selling. Fang Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The elderly laughed, and 2 flashes of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It was 2 bookworms. Bookworm was a rank 1 GU worm, but was precious, as rare as the liquor worm. Once one appears on the market, it would be sold instantly. There was often demand but no supply for it. It was like a silkworm, although it had a head, body and stomach, 3 distinct parts. Its body looked like a cocoon overall, round and cute. Its body was white, but the surface had a layer of enamel, giving off an oily glow. Holding it in one's hand, it was round and smooth, like a high-grade porcelain vase. The bookworm was a storage-type GU, similar to the two-seed flower. The difference was, two-seed flower stored physical items, while bookworm stored knowledge and information. Even if it was destroyed, it would only explode into a flash of harmless white light. Please browse through, the elderly GU master said. The 2 bookworms were refined by him, thus he could easily lend them to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang and Bai both used a trace of snow-silver primeval essence, and injected it into the bookworm. The bookworms turned into a flash of white light, entering the 2's forehead, in between their eyebrows. Suddenly, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing gained a wave of information in their heads. The information was like content they memorized, deeply entrenched in their minds. Bai Ningbing bit her tongue secretly. Tong O shop sold almost tens of thousands of GU worms. GU worms of all kinds, causing one to get dizzy from observing the selection alone. Among them, there was bookworm, liquor worm, all sorts of precious GU worms, from low to high, rank 1 to 5. Of course, there was definitely no rank 6 GU. Each GU worm had their specialized introduction to state their uses. There was even accurate prices, some were priced highly, while rare and precious GU worms even had all sorts of token requirements. This means, only GU masters with specific Shang clan tokens had the qualifications to buy these GU worms. Fang Yuan needed to purchase large numbers of GU worms. After browsing through casually, he came back to reality and returned the bookworm to the elderly. Although he had over 10,000 primeval stones now, to purchase all the GU worms he needed, there was still some way to go. Money was not the problem, because some of the GU worms had token requirements. Esteemed guest, what are you interested in? If you purchase in bulk, we can give an appropriate discount. The elderly smiled and said. Seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence, his tone became even more respectful. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No rush, I have GU worms to sell. Saying so, he summoned a bone spear GU. The elderly was not surprised, there was many who came to Tong'o shop to buy, but also many who came to sell. He held the bone spear GU, took a look, and showed a trace of surprise on his face. He had never seen the bone spear GU. Of course he has not. This was a special GU worms made by Grey Bone Scholar, it had never entered the market. Please enlighten me, esteemed guest. The elderly showed a solemn expression as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan nodded, drinking some tea, of course. This is the bone spear GU, a specific lineage of GU worms. I'll lend it to you now, you'll know when you try it. The elderly wielded it at once, remarking, this GU, although rank 1, is not easy to raise. But its attack power is high and is rather unique, it is worth this price. The elderly stretched out his palm, showing a number. Chapter 262. Chapter 262, Unable to Sell. 310. Seeing the amount shown by the elderly, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquor worm's price was 580, bookworm was slightly higher, at 600. Black and white boar GU were also 600, but all these GU worms were rank 1 rare GU, with little numbers, thus their price was steep. Ordinary rank 1 GU were around 250 primeval stones. One-time expenditure GU like vitality grass were priced at 50 apiece. Setting the bone spear GU at 310 was already quite good. This elderly working at Tong'o shop did not suppress the price purposely. But even so, Fang Yuan tried to raise the prices as much as he could. Bargaining was already mastered by him to the limits in his previous life. In just a few sentences, the elderly had no choice but to raise the price by 10 primeval stones. 1 bone spear GU, 320 primeval stones. All right, we shall deal at this price. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and a wave of light flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear GU, floated in front of the elderly, causing him to jump from shock. So many, he instantly regretted it. Each raised by 10 primeval stones, this is nearly a 600 primeval stone increment. The truth is, Fang Yuan took almost 200 bone spear GU from Bai GU Mountain. But as he traded along the way, without sufficient food, most of them had died already, only so little remain. 56 GU, that is 17,920 primeval stones, I will ask the servants to bring over the primeval stones over now. The elderly kept the bone spear GU into his aperture. No rush, look at this. Fang Yuan smiled, taking out a spiral bone spear GU. This rank 2 GU resembles the bone spear GU, the elderly showed astonishment on his face. Indeed, successfully refining the bone spear GU will create this spiral bone spear GU. It has a spiral force, thus its penetration ability is very strong. Fang Yuan explained at an appropriate timing. The elderly tested, and verified what Fang Yuan had mentioned, giving a price of 780 primeval stones. After a few rounds of bargaining, Fang Yuan raised the price to 800 per GU. These spiral bone spear GU were well kept by him, there were 20 in his aperture. This way, he sold them all for 16,000 primeval stones. Now look at this GU, 7,000 primeval stones. Fang Yuan gave a price, and took out the bone spike GU, introducing once again. The elderly held the bone spike GU, but did not dare to test it, laughing bitterly. This GU is rank 3, but it hurts both enemies and user. The pain of bone spikes penetrating the skin must hurt greatly. To use it, a healing GU has to be used as well. This price is too high, I will consider 6,500, it is just the right price. Let's not bargain anymore, I'll give in a little, 6,700. Fang Yuan said. After 2 rounds, the elderly found Fang Yuan extremely hard to deal with, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal. Then that is 40,620 primeval stones in total. Fang Yuan's eyeballs moved as he gave an accurate amount. The elderly suddenly bowed, paying respects to Fang Yuan. Esteemed guest, these GU worms that you are selling, I have never seen them in my years of dealing in business. They are all interconnected, with a clear advancement path, they seem to be of one family tree. May I ask you, are these GU from the same inheritance? Fang Yuan nodded. Any intelligent person can tell, indeed, this was obtained through a lucky opportunity, and I inherited an inheritance, getting these GU worms. The elderly was joyful. In that case, you must have the relevant GU refinement recipe. Esteemed guest's luck truly is amazing, even an outsider would be envious. Is it possible to sell these recipes together to my shop? Fang Yuan frowned. Goods were expensive when rare. Bone spear GU, spiral bone spear GU, bone spike GU, not only he possessed them, Bai clan had them too. No issue if he sold them. But the complete refinement recipe, he obtained it from the flesh sack secret room, there was only one in the world. Such a thing could not be easily sold. Anything that is below rank 6, both GU and recipes, can have a price. But, how much primeval stones can you offer? Fang Yuan thought, and asked. As long as the price is appropriate, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. After selling the bone spear GU and others, the 40,000 primeval stones was insufficient for his plans. The elderly raised 2 fingers, 200,000. After selling so many GU worms, he only got 40,000. But the formless recipe could gain him 200,000. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. The method to catching fish far surpasses the value of the fish itself. Because the method implies a continuous source of fish. To Tong O shop, with a recipe, it means they can produce bone spear GU and the others themselves, endlessly. That means a long-term transaction item, only sold at a single place, thus the white bone recipe is definitely priced much more highly. But Fang Yuan smirked. 200,000. You dare report this price? The elderly's face turned red. This price was low indeed. He quickly said, 300,000. Fang Yuan did not speak, but turned to leave. The elderly gritted his teeth. 500,000. This price is finally looking bearable, I'll sell it for 680,000. Fang Yuan sipped his tea. The elderly's face was bitter. 500,000 is the limit of my authority. Esteemed guest, you sold so many bone spear GU, we can hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is really not bad to sell it for 500,000 already. Fang Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. The recipe in my hands is unique to this world, there is only one in the entire world. At least 650,000, otherwise I will not sell it. Within this Shang clan city, I'm sure there are other shops, right? You do not know this, esteemed guest. Shang clan city has many shops, but most are under the control of my clan's young master. If you cannot sell it here, no other places would buy it either. If you do not sell the recipe, I'm afraid you won't be able to sell these GU worms too. The elderly cupped his fist, his words being both firm and compromising, with a hint of threat. Oh, then we'll see about that. Fang Yuan kept all these GU worms, and left. Esteemed guests, I am sincerely advising you, please stay and sell it. The elderly gave his last attempt. Fang Yuan did not pay him any attention, walking out of the room immediately. Bai Ningbing could only follow closely behind. Esteemed guest, you will come here again. The elderly laughed coldly, sending the two off with his gaze. After Fang and Bai left, the elderly came to the secret room, and activated his primeval essence, summoning a GU. This GU turned into a flash of light and entered a bronze mirror. Ripples appeared on the mirror surface, as a young man's face showed up. This subordinate greets young master. Seeing the young GU master, the elderly quickly kneeled on the floor. What business do you have? This young man was one of the young masters of Shang clan, called Shang Yazi. He was only 18, at the peak of his life, but he was an alcoholic, causing his face to be skinny, and his skin to be pale, and giving off a dazed expression. The elderly spoke about Fang Yuan's matter. In Shang Yazi's eyes, a devious but excited light shone. He shouted loudly, "Excellent! Heaven really leaves a path for the desperate. I was worrying about how to keep my young master position, and now heaven sends me this gift. I have to obtain this inheritance. With this deal, I would be able to pass the evaluation this year. This subordinate will do his best, but I am only in charge of Tong O shop, as for the others. I will arrange it. HMPH, these two wants to sell GU worms, they can only bow to me." Shang Yazi snorted in disdain. "Ba Bao shop. Sorry guests, there are instructions from the higher-ups, if the two of you wants to sell GU, you should go to Tong O shop. Yuan Fang 1 building, so it is the two esteemed guests, if you sell the recipe, all can be discussed. Bu Dao store, You two are esteemed guests, I am a businesswoman, why would I chase you away, but I am left with no choice either. After 3 shops, Fang Yuan did not manage to sell his GU worms. Haha, to think you would have this day. The old man was not wrong, this is indeed their territory. Bai Ningbing struck a blow to Fang Yuan relentlessly. After several rejections, Fang Yuan's face was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei has many children, but there is only one position for young clan leader and 10 young masters. Every year there would be an evaluation to choose the young clan leader, and remove the worst performing young master to make room for his other children. A bright light flashed across Bai Ningbing's brain. So that's it, that means this Shang clan young master is either vying for the young clan leader position, or to defend his young master title. Otherwise, he would not create such a commotion. Fang Yuan laughed as he clapped his hands together. This is Shang clan's 3rd inner city, no fighting is allowed. Even if Bai clan came here, they cannot do anything here. For the Shang clan young masters, their restrictions is even greater. With the impending evaluation, every movement from them will be strictly observed. We are in no hurry, let's find a place to sit down first. At Shang clan, there is no worry about lack of food. Let's just stall it out, and wait a few more days with these bone spear GU, let's see who outlasts the other. At the same time, in the 1st inner city. Did you investigate clearly? Shang Yanfei stood at the window, staring at the garden. This lady is indeed your flesh and blood, clan leader. Moreover, her soul is intact, her body had not been taken over by another person. I've already contacted Zhong clan, and clarified her identity. But there is something strange, she was part of a caravan heading towards Shangliang Mountain, but we cannot find anyone who traveled with her in the caravan. The external clan elder Wei Yong lowered his head and reported. Shang Yanfei listened quietly, sighing in his heart. Oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make amendments. I have already let down a girl, I cannot disappoint this daughter of mine anymore. Shang Xinxi sat before the table, seeing the hot steam rise from her tea, her eyes were out of focus. From Xiao Dai's words, she knew of Shang Yanfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the Shang clan leader, a man with immense authority, whose every action can impact the entire southern border. Then why did he not find her mother? Shang Xinxi was intelligent after all, quickly understanding the reason why Shang Yanfei abandoned her mother. But even on her deathbed, her mother missed him greatly. Shang Xinxi felt pain in her heart, but also hatred, but mostly emptiness. She did not know how to face this father who appeared all of a sudden. But running away was impossible. Outside the door there was knocking. Senior 2, can I come in? Xiao Dai instantly became nervous. It was Shang Yanfei. Chapter 263. Chapter 263, Meeting. Shang Yanfei showed a sincere smile as he walked into the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly paid respects, while Shang Xinxi sat beside the table, motionless as she continued to stare at the same spot. Shang Yanfei also sat beside the table, speaking in an extremely gentle voice. Senior, how do you feel now? Shang Xinxi had good upbringing after all. She stood up, took a few steps back and bowed. Lord Shang clan leader does not have to worry, I only fainted because my emotions were too intense, I have recovered now, I can hear and see well, there is no problem. Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand. He, as long as you are fine senior, come sit down and talk. Shang Xinxi only addressed him as Shang clan leader, purposely using such a distant term, it caused his heart to ache. Shang Xinxi sat down once again, as Xiao Dai finally reacted and poured tea for Shang Yanfei. Tell me, how were your past few years? Shang Yanfei looked at Shang Xinxi gently. It was rather all right, Shang Xinxi answered curtly, not wishing to converse deeply into it. But Xiao Dai started to grumble. From young, Missy has been isolated by the clansmen. After Madame passed away, they got even harsher and wanted to snatch our family fortune. They are too evil, sir, you have to help Missy. Xiao Dai, pour your tea. Shang Xinxi rolled her eyes at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai instantly shut up, not speaking anymore. Facing this, Shang Yanfei did not get anxious, instead the pity and pain in his heart grew. He laughed. Right, how did you get here? Coming here from Zhong clan, it is a huge distance away. Sir, you almost failed to see Missy. We barely made it out alive in this journey. The entire caravan of 1,000 was reduced to us 4. Luckily we met Lord He Tu and Bai Yun and gained their assistance, if not, Xiao Dai could not control herself and blabbered. Xiao Dai, Shang Xinxi glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai had to shut up once again. Shang Yanfei memorized the 2 names, He Tu and Bai Yun, as he smiled, from now on, you two will stay here. It is extremely safe. When you are bored you can take a walk in the garden, or go outside for shopping. You have just arrived here, and are not familiar with the estate yet, it is easy to get lost. I will send a servant over to you, she is familiar with the environment. I shall leave first, take a good rest for now. Shang Yanfei could tell Shang Xinxi still needed time to adjust her mindset. At this point, he needed to give her time and space to adapt. Master is such a good person, although he is the Shang clan leader, he is so amiable. Missy, he is your birth father after all. Seeing Shang Yanfei leave, Xiao Dai urged. I know, I understood mother's intentions when I first saw him. Sigh, she instructed me to come to Shangliang Mountain before she died, yet not telling me the reason. That is because she was not certain if he would acknowledge me as his daughter. Although he has accepted me, I do not feel good about it. This is all too sudden. Missy, no matter what, no matter where you go, I will stay by your side. Xiao Dai stood before the table, grabbing Shang Xinxi's hand and encouraging. Shang Xinxi was moved and nodded, placing her palm on top of Xiao Dai's. Of course, if Missy can stay here, that would be the best. You know, this is Shang clan. Oh God, glory and wealth are all within arm's reach. Zhang clan can't even hold a candle to Shang clan, Missy. Xiao Dai made a wry face as she said. Oh you, Shang Xinxi laughing speechlessly, feeling helpless against Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai snickered. As her laughter infected Shang Xinxi, it resolved the remaining grudge in her heart. Shang Yanfei walked out of the room, and his smile vanished completely. He wore a black robe and had blood-colored hair, a handsome face with eyes shining with cold light. He habitually tightened his lips together, showing off his determined and decisive personality. He is Shang Yanfei, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was cruel and ruthless. For the clan leader position, he forced 2 brothers and a sister to commit suicide. He was resolute in killing. When he first got into power, a faraway clan village thought that they were at a safe distance and attacked Shang clan's caravan. He ignored all objections and expended much resources to murder every single person in that village. He murdered all those who surrendered, and their skulls piled into a mountain, in front of those elders who first objected his decision to retaliate. He held an iron rule. Since he got into power, he consolidated his political strength, and practiced nepotism, suppressing his competition. Quickly adding over a dozen external clan elders, he used only 3 years to transform the entire Shang clan higher up into his personal voice. He had great vision, and talent for business. During his years in power, Shang clan's caravan grew 3 times in size. Up to 100 clans became Shang clan's subordinates, and formed into a great hidden force. He appointed people based on merits, even for his own children. There was 15 Shang clan young master positions originally, but after his rule, he reduced it to 10. What's more rare, is his talent, having a great aptitude. At the same time as he ruled the clan, his cultivation also rose as quickly, ahead of his peers, causing many to admire, hate and be jealous of him. This is Shang Yanfei, the man standing on top of the southern border's mortal realm. This subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female GU master bowed and paid respects. Tian Lan, from today onwards, you will take care of Missy Seer to the best of your efforts. Shang Yanfei said coldly. This subordinate understands. The young girl nodded. When you are near her, pay great attention, and find out some information. Missy Seer might not like to speak, but her servant speaks without thinking. She is your easiest breakthrough point. I want you to find out how exactly did they manage to come to Shangliang Mountain. Yes, this subordinate understands. Go now. This subordinate takes her leave. Tian Lan was an orphan adopted by Shang Yanfei. She was loyal and could be trusted to use. Her ability to perform was great too. In just 3 days, she completed her mission. Hey Tu Bai Yun, demonic GU masters. Shang Yanfei rubbed his chin. If this is real, I have to thank the 2 of them well. But to prevent other possibilities, I have to investigate them more clearly. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei summoned Wei Yong. Go find these 2, one is called Hey Tu, the other Bai Yun, one male and one female, both demonic GU masters, their facial features are as such. In 3rd Inner City, it has already been 3 days, have those 2 stayed in Nanchu Garden the entire time? Yes young master, from that day on, they stayed deep within. The most they did was to come out and buy some milk. This subordinate thinks those milk are for feeding the GU worms. Damn it, Shang Yazi gritted his teeth. His gaze was like a dagger that wanted to cut those 2 people into pieces. The assessment was impending. Among the 10 young masters, he was at last place. If he does not get any business done, he would definitely be eliminated. Shang Yanfei had many children, but there are only 10 young master positions. Comparing ordinary children and young masters, their treatment were a world apart from each other. Young masters gathered attention, and could control one of Shang clan's business, with unlimited glamour and fortune awaiting. Young clan leader was even more outstanding. But if it were just ordinary children, then their treatment was no different than other clansmen. Shang Yazi had already experienced the authority of a young master, asking him to go back to the ordinary lifestyle of the clansman is akin to asking him to die. Thus, he needed that inheritance. Not just obtaining it, but also getting it at a low price. Only when the price is low, will his profit be high. But these two, Fang and Bai, were as stubborn as rocks, refusing to bow to him. If this was the 4th or 5th inner city, he could use some extreme methods, and force them to submit. But now that they stayed in 3rd inner city, Shang Yazi would not even dare to think of using force here. This cannot go on, they have time to waste, but I do not. It seems I have to go myself, HMPH. Shang Yazi could not take it anymore, bringing his subordinates and arriving at Nanchu Garden. Nanchu Garden was a residential area for esteemed guests to stay in. In 3rd inner city, there was no inns, only these small-sized gardens. Staying here for a day requires 30 primeval stones, that is, 300 for 10 days, and nearly 1,000 a month. Nanchu Garden's price was still cheap among 3rd inner city estates. Some large-sized gardens require 100 primeval stones a day. For some special grade gardens, you cannot stay with just primeval stones, you needed the Shang clan token. In Shang clan city, every acre of land is as valuable as gold, especially in 3rd inner city where commodity prices are sky high. Shang Yazi brought his people over to visit, as Fang and Bai were playing chess beside the lotus pond. Shang Yazi snorted, saying in a taunting tone, "You two sure have great interests, why didn't you go to other shops to ask these days? What's there to ask? Those who want to buy, will find their way here, am I right?" Fang Yuan laughed lightly. "You." Shang Yazi flew into a rage, Fang Yuan's attitude was angering him. He gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing his emotions, raising his head and saying arrogantly, "I'm looking at the fact that you have it tough, I'll make it 500,000, are you happy now? 500,000 primeval stones. No deal, at least 650. Fang Yuan glanced at Shang Yazi before turning back to the chessboard. Shang Yazi's eyes squinted into a thin line as he took a few steps towards Fang Yuan and threatened, "You two demonic GU masters, how dare you pretend? I've checked up on your backgrounds, you snatched this inheritance from Bai clan, right? I heard you even killed Bai clan's 2 young masters. You had better take the chance now and sell it quickly. I'll tell you, these few days, a Thai clan group has already reached Shangliang Mountain, and are looking for your traces. What do you think will happen if I expose your information to them?" "Oh, go tell them then." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "You." Shang Yazi pointed at Fang Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. "I'll tell you, 500,000 is my greatest sincerity, other than selling it to me, what other choices do you have?" "None. This is my terrority, you had better understand your circumstances." At this time, a light descended from the sky, and turned into a GU master. This GU master looked around, before bowing slightly, saying towards Fang and Bai, "Sir Hei-tu and Lady Bai Yun, I am Wei Yong, as with clan leader's orders, I am inviting both of you to the 2nd inner city for a talk." What? Father wants to meet these two personally. Shang Yazi felt lightning strike him as his eyes stared widely, expressing his utter fear. This is really bad. Chapter 264. Chapter 264, absolutely terrible. Shang Yazi turned pale with fright. His action of suppressing the price was against the rules. He would receive severe punishment were it to be discovered. This was an organization. Once you were in a high position, you needed to comply with the rules. The rules of a system was to ensure the benefits of the higher-ups. Despite many of the organization's advertising they represented the benefits of the majority, it was, for the most part, just a joke. So the higher your position is, the more you needed to comply with the rules. On the contrary, there was more corruption in the low mid-level positions. After you reached a higher position, individual benefits had already become inseparably linked with the benefits of the organization. Often, the benefits the organization received would represent your own benefits. Shang Yazi could only be said to be a temporary higher-up. Many paid attention to him as one of the young masters of Shang clan, but his real authority came from his father. He was just like rootless weed. This also signified his punishment would be more harsh when he violated the rules because many people were watching him. This is not possible. I have already carefully investigated before I came. I even spent a large amount of primeval stones to buy information on these two from Fengyu Manor. These two are clearly demonic GU masters and are also listed as wanted. They are stray dogs. Why would Lord Father invite them? Shang Yazi felt this situation was incredibly unbelievable. It was like the case of a rich person making things difficult for two beggars, when suddenly an imperial edict comes declaring that the emperor wanted to see these two beggars. Shang Yazi was pressuring Fang Yuan because they were lone forces. Oppressing them and finishing this affair in secrecy should have been absolutely safe and no one would know. Naturally, there was bound to be some risks, but Shang Yazi could only take that risk to protect his position as a young master. How could they have any relation to father when they don't have any background? Damn it, has the world gone crazy? What do I do? If they disclose this matter, my young master position is finished. Should I kill them? No, this is just courting my own death. I don't have any chance of doing anything in this third inner city, especially now that they have received father's attention. The main thing is these two bastards, they are at rank 3 peak stage. How am I supposed to do anything in this situation? In a split second, thoughts processed like lightning in Shang Yazi's mind, trying to think of countermeasures. His eyes kept on moving about, and sweat was already starting to seep out of his forehead. He had played with fire this time. Damn it, what do I do? What else is there? He was roaring with worry in his mind. Shang clan leader wants to see us. What for? Fang Yuan timely showed his doubt. Bai Ningbing was even more puzzled. What is going on? She suspected this was Fang Yuan's trick at first, and so glanced at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan also showed a puzzled expression which baffled her. She couldn't help but think, I have been with him all the time, he shouldn't be able to conceal anything from me if he was up to something. Moreover, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He was high and above, standing at the peak of the mortals. No matter how proud Bai Ningbing was, even she acknowledged Shang Yanfei's authority and power. Then why do I feel something amiss, as if I neglected something? Wei Yong laughed. Rest assured, if Shang clan wanted to harm you guys, why would we make it so complicated? This is a friendly invitation. Lord clan leader is very interested in you too. It is our honor to be able to receive the clan leader's invitation. We will immediately go see him then. Fang Yuan threw the chess piece on his hand and stood up. Shang Yazi felt even more worried and promptly said, 650,000 primeval stones, let's complete the deal. Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I don't intend to sell the secret recipe. Shang Yazi's face turned deathly pale, his mouth felt parched and his gaze towards Fang Yuan even contained some vague imploring. I was anxious and behaved rudely, please don't take it to heart, esteemed guests. The price can be discussed, we can properly discuss it after you are back. Fang Yuan gave a shallow smile. He didn't reply, who would discuss with you? But temporarily stabilizing this man could prevent him from taking desperate actions and reduce some trouble. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan nodded. If young master is sincere, then I will look forward to it. Shang Yazi's expression immediately relaxed and showed a grateful expression. It was like a person that was about to fall from a cliff suddenly found a tree to grab onto. Okay, I will wait for you. He promptly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yong showed the way. Lead the way. Following Wei Yong, Fang and Bai entered second inner city. Bai Ningbing had been anticipating the extravagant second inner city, but when she reached there, she was astonished and disappointed. In the second inner city, buildings were made of stones and were very simple, even the fourth inner city was better than this. But her expression soon turned grave as she realized the reason. It is easy for the frugal to become extravagant, but very difficult for the extravagant to become frugal. Shang clan's riches were as high as a mountain, but they scrupulously abided by living in a simple way. This was not because they were miserly, but to maintain the vigor of the clan. Wei Yong led Fang and Bai to a private residence. Esteemed guests, you can have some fruits while you wait. Lord clan leader has just recently come out of closed-door cultivation and is handling some matters. He will come here soon. This is clan leader's private residence, please stay here and don't casually move outside. I will take my leave now. There was no one else in the house, Fang and Bai were left alone after Wei Yang's departure. The two waited for a whole 6 hours but did not see even a shadow. Wei Yang said they could eat fruits, but where were the fruits? Not even tea could be found. During the first 2 hours, Fang Yuan calmly sat on a wide-backed wooden chair. During the next 2 hours, he could no longer sit calmly and started mumbling to himself, revealing his impatience. By the 6th hour, he clearly revealed impatience and unease as he began to move to and fro in the house. HMPH, what the hell is this Shang clan leader doing? He wants us to wait for him, but where is he? He is too arrogant. Fang Yuan's tone was angry as he paced around. Can you just sit down? My eyes are getting dizzy. Why not just cultivate peacefully? Bai Ningbing slightly frowned. This was not like Fang Yuan's usual behavior. There is something fishy here. Do you think it was really Shang clan leader who invited us? Fang Yuan's brows were tightly knitted together. How would I know? I was going to ask you that. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes and puzzledly said, did you do something wrong and offended Shang clan? Fang Yuan snorted. You have been with me all the time and you still can't understand me. There is no one in this private residence, I am not able to be at ease here. Let's go out and take a look at the situation. Bai Ningbing thought for a little while and stood up, all right. Fang and Bai walked out of the house. The courtyard wasn't big and there was also nothing strange. At the same time, in First Inner City, inside a study, colorful smoke curled up and rose in front of Shang Yanfei, showing the real-time view of Fang and Bai. Wei Yong, what do you think of these two? Shang Yanfei asked his trusted aide. Wei Yong mumbled. The way I see it, these two are indeed demonic GU masters. From the information we collected, they are young but have rank 3 peak stage cultivation, their innate talents should be extraordinary. Among those two, He Tu is rather frank and is kind of rash, Bai Yun seems to have deep thoughts and should be very shrewd. He Tu, Bai Yun, these names should be fake. Your analysis isn't bad. In that case, you will be in charge of interacting with them for these few days. Test their abilities and closely follow them. Shang Yanfei finished speaking and put away the colorful smoke. He was only worried about Shang Xinxi and showed little interest towards Fang and Bai. The small test just now gave him a basic understanding towards the temperament of these two. And combining it with the intelligence he received, he more or less had a general impression. Not all demonic GU masters were demented people. These two guys could be considered decent, and maybe it was because they were young, he could clearly sense their lofty character. People who had principles were often lofty and unyielding. First impression was important. Shang Yanfei honestly felt Fang and Bai were quite good. But he was a prudent person, anyone who could sit stably at a position like his were all prudent. He was waiting for the people he sent to investigate the truth to come back and confirm everything, then he could rest easy. Alright, handle this properly, you can leave now. Shang Yanfei waved his hands, then he took out the top document from the tall pile of documents in the study. He had only been in closed cultivation for half a month, and the work had piled up so much already. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing made a round in the private residence, there really was no one else. The two were hesitating whether to go out to check the situation when Wei Yong appeared before them. Two esteemed guests, Lord Clan Leader is very busy with work and is not able to leave right now. We can only cancel this meeting. He looked like he was sincerely apologizing. What, we come and leave according to your whims? Fang Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent and expressionless. Wei Yong smiled. You two are our esteemed guests, why would Shang Clan chase away their esteemed guests? Lord Clan Leader especially had asked me to attend to you as an apology. I have already arranged for a banquet in Shitian restaurant, please give me the honor of hosting. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, then Fang Yuan said, just in time, we are also hungry, let's go fill our stomachs first. Shitian restaurant was one of the best restaurants in Shang Clan City and occupied a great amount of space in the third inner city. The decorations were elegant, and its dishes sumptuous. Its chefs were specialized GU masters who used special GU worms to help in cooking delicacies that couldn't be matched by ordinary methods. A typical meal here would last over 4 hours and more. There were over 100 types of dishes, each with their own characteristics. Their top-quality wine also left a rich aftertaste. Bai Ningbing didn't eat much and kept on worrying about Shang Clan Leader's invitation. She tried to get answers from Wei Yong indirectly at the banquet, but Wei Yong was a cautious guy too and kept his mouth closed. On the contrary, Fang Yuan ate with gusto, with oil marks around his mouth. He also drank heavily and began to kick up a racket, his resentment and indignance from just before seemed to have completely disappeared. Wei Yong looked at Fang Yuan who was drinking directly from the wine jar and then looked at Bai Ningbing who was only drinking water. He instantly felt Fang Yuan, this ugly guy, was much more adorable. After the banquet was over, Wei Yong dropped the two off at Nanchu Garden. Wei Yong left his parting words, take a good rest tonight, I will come look for you tomorrow and take you sightseeing around the Shang Clan city. Chapter 265. Chapter 265, Broadsword of Light vs. Bone Spear. On the second day, as expected, Wei Yong came to Nanchu Garden and brought Fang and Bai to tour Shang Clan City. Our Shang Clan City is number 1 in the southern border in terms of size. Shang Clan has operated here for thousands of years, transforming the entire Shangliang mountain. Here, there are over 10,000 shops, and hundreds of thousands of people. Both of you have not eaten yet, I'll bring you to a famous breakfast shop, please follow me. Fang and Bai followed Wei Yong, along the stone pillar and descended. After 3 layers, they came to a shop, called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shang Clan City, from inner to outer, has first, second, third, fourth, fifth and outer city. If they were classified even more clearly, there are many zones as well: food zone, gambling rocks zone, caretaking zone, red light zone and others. Wei Yong introduced. This is the culinary zone, with many restaurants mostly owned by GU master chefs. The delicacies are endless. This is the caretaking zone. Most GU masters have excessive GU worms, so they place them here for caretaking. The price is determined by situations, but ordinarily, a rank 1 GU costs 80 primeval stones a month. This is the GU fighting zone. This place is solely for GU fights. GU masters cannot interfere, and can only control their GU. If you too have appropriate GU worms, you can give it a try. This is the red light zone, having the most number of brothels in the entire Shang Clan City. Many GU masters come here to relax. You too have come here through the caravan, you must know the immense pressure during the journey. Here you can find women, men, and even GU masters. Are the two of you interested? As Wei Yong brought them around, Bai Ningbing gained much insight to this world. Shang Clan City is bustling and flourishing, causing many to have lingering memories even after they leave. A day's time is too short, while Shang Clan City is too huge. Even if the 3 used horse carriages to travel, they cannot even cover 1% of the entire city. On the 3rd day, Wei Yong came over again to attend to Fang and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. You are both GU masters, you naturally understand the difficulties in refining GU. To us, what we fear most is encountering a strong-willed wild GU worm during refinement, or a GU that an expert had left behind. The higher the rank of the GU, the harder it is to refine. Back in the day, Empress Wu Ji spent 11 years just to refine a rank 5 dragon strength GU. Thus, substitute refinement is a necessity, and has always been in the market. This is the auction zone. Every day there will be a small-scale auction held here. Every 2 weeks there will be a mid-scale auction, and at the end of every month there will be a large-scale auction. Most items that appear on the auction are rare and coveted. This is the battle zone, with over 80 battle stages. This place is always the most popular. There are single battle stages, for GU masters to experiment and practice using their GU worms. There are dual battle stages for GU masters to exchange pointers, and even multi-battle stages, to experience multiple enemies at once. Just as Wei Yong had said, the battle stages were the most popular place in Shang Clan City. The place was chaotic and noisy. As human traffic stayed high, rank 3 GU masters could be seen everywhere. Big brother Wei, why are you here? From among the crowd, a young man saw Wei Yong and immediately called out, walking briskly towards him. This man was about 27 or 8 years old, having a common face but gave off a strong aura. Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way into 3rd inner city. Good job. Wei Yong patted the young man's shoulders, encouraging. Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage, and my fighting strength improved as well. Come to think of it, I have to thank you for all your guidance, or I would have never made it this far. The young man earnestly thanked. You have good talent, lad, you could do it even without me. You are not 30 yet, but you have already reached rank 3 middle stage. That is much more impressive than me back then, haha. Wei Yong laughed and said. The young man gave Wei Yong an admiring gaze. Big brother Wei Yong, how can I compare to you? You were only rank 3 middle stage back then, and already dominated the 3rd inner city. At 25, you got the attention of the Lord Clan leader and was recruited. Now, you are already a clan elder. Just look at Shang Clan, how many external clan elders are there in total? As long as you work hard, you can do it too. Wei Yong encouraged the young man. Soon after, he turned around, and explained to Fang and Bai, the battle zone is one of the ways Shang Clan recruit outside talents. Back then, I fought my way from the 5th inner city's battle zone all the way to 3rd inner city, and stayed on the stage for 18 consecutive rounds before being recruited by Lord Clan leader. Back then, Sheng Yanfei was still not the clan leader. After becoming his trusted aide, Wei Yong was also successfully promoted to an external clan elder after Shang Yanfei got into power. Bai Ningbing suddenly realized. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shang clan's enterprise was huge, and they needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on their clansmen would be difficult to handle the entire situation. The many generations of Shang clan young masters would definitely recruit a number of demonic GU masters for their own use. If the young master that supported these demonic GU masters became the clan leader, then the demonic GU masters under them would likely become an external clan elder, enjoying the treatment of a clan elder. GU masters' cultivation required lots of resources. Many demonic GU masters did not have a stable source of resources from their clans, and were often poor. Only by relying on a clan could they better survive. Wei Yong was a successful example. In Shang Clan City's battle zone, there are large numbers of demonic GU masters. In order to join the Shang clan, and become part of the righteous path, to become someone like Wei Yong, they had to compete as they fought their way up to the top. Battle stage, this place is filled with memories. Guests, would you like to have a spar with me? Wei Yong suddenly suggested. Big brother Wei is going on the stage. Little Xiao suddenly became excited, his eyes gleaming. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other. Alright, then let me experience it. Fang Yuan had expected Shang clan to probe into this, thus he went with the flow. Big brother Wei, you don't come here often, this place has been remodeled many times, let me lead the way. Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yong nodded. Okay. Little Xiao asked. Brother Wei, what field do you want, forest, mountain, wilderness, or desert, lake? Wei Yong turned around, asking for Fang and Bai's opinion. Let our two esteemed guests choose. Some GU masters specialized in mountain battles, some specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was an important element in affecting battle results. We can choose different stages here. What fields do you have? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao heard Wei Yong address Fang and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to drag on, quickly explaining to them. The battle stages in the third inner city had around tens of different environments, almost encompassing all kinds of terrain that one could possibly be in. After hearing so, Bai Ningbing could not help but have an urge to try. Then let's choose the flagstone stage. Flagstone stage, the most common battle stage, without any wind, snow, rain or sand as natural elements. The specialized black flagstone, covered over 100 meters of land. Quickly look, it seems to be Elder Wei Yong. It is Elder Wei Yong, that's him. Although he has B-grade aptitude, he was a successful story that left the battle stage. Back then, I even competed with him. Wei Yong seemed to be popular as his appearance on the battle stage attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yong kept a low profile, using his clan elder authority to seal this battle stage, preventing outsiders from watching. Only Little Xiao was left. Wei Yong walked to the center of the stage. According to normal rules, both sides of the competitors have to announce their cultivation before assessing it fairly. But since we are just having a casual spar, we shall skip that. Please, have the first move. What he meant was he wanted to challenge both Fang and Bai single-handedly. Little Xiao stood outside the stage, gripping his fist in excitement. Big brother Wei won as the weaker side back then, using his rank 3 middle stage cultivation to dominate the stage, and guarding 18 rounds of battle. Almost every fight was a classic. Now that he is rank 3 peak stage, I have to observe this battle carefully. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing gave each other a look, before suddenly attacking, moving towards Wei Yong from the left and right respectively. Going for close combat, Wei Yong stood at the center, not moving as his body glowed in a golden light, forming a battle armor, protecting his entire body. Pew pew pew. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing activated their spiral bone spear GU as they charged towards Wei Yong. Multiple bone spears spun as they penetrated the air, shooting towards Wei Yong. What GU is this? Wei Yong was confused in his mind. This was the first time he saw the bone spear GU. He did not dodge, intending to test out the power of the spiral bone spear GU, and took 3 hits. The light golden armor flickered, but managed to endure the hits. This GU is not bad, having a spiral force and is good at penetrating defenses. Wei Yong did not fluster, utilizing his primeval essence and causing the light armor to regain its toughness. My turn, he lightly shouted, grabbing the air with both hands, as 2 broadswords of light formed from this air, shining brilliantly. It appeared, Big Brother Wei's broadsword light GU. Little Xiao saw this, and spoke out in excitement. Wei Yong grabbed the 2 broadswords, sweeping his gaze and choosing to charge at Fang Yuan. Broadsword Light GU and Sword Shadow GU are known as the strongest attacking GU among the rank 3 GU worms. Seeing Wei Yong approaching, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp flash. Even though the Broadsword Light GU was strong, he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass appeared on his feet. As he stepped on the ground and after gathering energy, Fang Yuan's speed increased drastically. Canopy GU, Flying Bone Shield. Fang Yuan's body shone with a white armor, and 3 white bone shields surrounded his body, circling continuously around his front, left, back and right. Good timing, Wei Yong shouted, as he rushed to Fang Yuan, slamming both of his broadswords from above, intending to strike. Fang Yuan did not dodge or avoid, raising his right fist and smashing right at it. Wei Yang's eyes shone with surprise, not expecting Fang Yuan to fight so bravely. 2 broadswords of light slammed down, as the white bone shields automatically blocked it. The broadswords cut the white bone shields into halves, before landing on the white armor of the Canopy GU, giving off a strong white light. At the same time, Fang Yuan's fist hit Wei Yang's stomach. Although he did not break the light golden armor, the huge force sent Wei Yong flying. Bai Ningbing rushed up at the crucial moment, waving her hand as multiple spiral bone spear GU shot towards Wei Yong. The attack was ruthless and decisive, with the intention of sending Wei Yong to his grave. Ah, danger! Seeing this, little Xiao screamed out. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. My name is Fang Zheng. Wei Yong was sent flying by Fang Yuan's fist, and before he stabilized himself, spiral bone spears came flying from above. The spiral bone spears penetrated the air, shooting like lightning with a crisp sound. At such a distance, Wei Yong could even see the spiral carvings on the bone spear tip. These spiral bone spear GU, although strong and are able to penetrate defenses, are only rank 2 GU worms. There is no threat in them. At that instant, Wei Yang's thoughts moved like lightning. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes were cold as ice. Wei Yong challenging both of them at the same time triggered the arrogance in her heart. Spiral bone spear can only restrict him. I don't have enough GU. If I want to finish him, I'll need to use my fists and legs. She was a genius. When Fang Yuan sent Wei Yong flying, although it was just one hit, it showed Bai Ningbing his weakness. Wei Yong had never received a permanent strength boost from any GU worms, he only had the strength of a normal human. This was a major weakness that could be exploited. Bai Ningbing took many steps ahead, following after the bone spears and raising her leg to kick harshly. Brother Wei, little Xiao who was watching the match saw this scene and started to worry. If Wei Yang's movements were restricted by the bone spears, it would give Bai Ningbing a chance to strike. At the same time, if Fang Yuan cornered him, Wei Yong would be in a disadvantage. He. At the final moment, Wei Yong laughed. As the spiral bone spear was about to hit him, suddenly, his body shone in a white light, and he turned into a flash and vanished. He had this GU indeed. Fang Yuan squinted. What quick speed! Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, feeling astonished. At the next second, the spiral bone spears pierced through the flagstone, stabbing into the ground. Bai Ningbing could not stop her momentum. With a bang, her leg crushed the flagstone. The spider web-like cracks enveloped the ground. Big Brother Wei's rainbow light GU. I thought he might not use it in time, but to think he was waiting for that moment to escape, causing his enemies to hit nothing. Superb. This is a strong blow against the enemy's psychology. Little Xiao could tell the intentions of his actions. Seeing that they were about to gravely injure their enemy, an escape at the last moment would turn hope into disappointment. Anyone would experience this change of emotion. Rainbow light tore through the air. As the light dispersed, Wei Yang's body appeared again. In the blink of an eye, he flew over 50 meters, more than half the battle stage, pulling great distance from Fang and Bai. Seeing such speed, Bai Ningbing's footsteps came to a halt. With the rainbow light GU, Wei Yong could come and go as he pleases, fighting whenever he wants to. At this point, it was impossible for him to lose. Rainbow Light GU was a rank 3 GU, capable of allowing a GU master to turn into light and escape. It was the fastest among the rank 3 movement GU. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had the jumping grass, while the other had no movement GU. With Wei Yang's speed, they had no chance of hitting him. In terms of movement, the Rainbow Light GU gave Wei Yong a huge advantage. Once this GU was used, Fang and Bai could work together but still fall into a passive state. Guests, this is the Rainbow Light GU. Although it is rank 3, its speed far surpasses many rank 4 GU. The speed is so fast even the GU master cannot react in time. That is the first weakness. To use it, one has to use the Lightning Thoughts GU or a Flash of Inspiration GU, or others. Otherwise, by the time the GU master reacts, they would have flown too far and even crashed into a wall. Wei Yong spoke, admitting the flaws of the Rainbow Light GU. Its second weakness is that it expends too much primeval essence. Among rank 3 GU, this expenditure is already middle high tier consumption. There is a third weakness, but I shall not mention it, you can guess for yourselves. Is that the fact that you cannot use a strength GU to raise your physical strength? Bai Ningbing immediately answered. This time, it was Wei Yang's turn to express shock. He gave a look of amazement. Miss Bai Yun really has great cognitive abilities. Indeed, if a GU master uses a GU worm to alter their body, and increase their strength, it will be difficult to utilize the Rainbow Light GU. Their primeval essence expenditure will increase drastically, or worse, the light transformation might fail and the Rainbow Light GU would be destroyed. But to think, after Bai Ningbing heard his praise, her expression turned cold as her gaze was like ice, staring at Wei Yong with killing intent. Hey, let me warn you, do not call me miss. Wei Yang's expression froze. What did I say wrong? Is it wrong to use the word, miss? What a strange taboo. Wei Yong thought in his heart, as he apologized. I'm sorry for the offense, Lady Bai Yun. Veins popped on Bai Ningbing's forehead, as she gritted her teeth. Do not use that either. Oh, then Sir Bai Yun. Wei Yong observed her expression as he carefully chose his vocabulary. Bai Ningbing's face finally returned to normal. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, continuing, then two sirs, it is my turn to attack. Give me all you've got. Fang Yuan patted his chest, screaming and scaring Bai Ningbing who was right beside him. Sir He too is truly brave and admirable, then take my hit. Wei Yong praised. As he spoke, he turned into a white light and crashed towards Fang and Bai. Facing such speed, Fang and Bai could not even blink before this rainbow went through the gap between them and arrived behind them. The white light dispersed, and turned back into Wei Yong. He held two broadswords, and slashed them towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing respectively. Before this broadsword hit, Bai Ningbing felt her skin tighten. She immediately knew that the ice muscle's protection could not endure this blade, and she quickly retreated. Fang Yuan growled lightly, not dodging but activating the canopy GU and flying bone shield GU, sending his fist over. The light broadsword first split the white bone shield into half. Wei Yong turned into light and fled again. Seeing his fist about to land on Wei Yang's chest, Fang Yuan was just an inch away before missing entirely. The rainbow light flew away, and stopped far away. The entire exchange of blows was done at lightning speed. In less than a few seconds, Wei Yong had moved from a side of the battle stage to another, over 100 meters long. Again, Fang Yuan howled, battle intent burning in his eyes. Wei Yong turned into light again, appearing before Fang and Bai in an instant. Bai Ningbing could not endure it head-on, she could only use the spiral bone spear but Wei Yang's speed was too fast, causing her bone spears to hit air. Fang Yuan could only endure the hits passively, other than the first time, his fist never hit Wei Yong again. At once, light flashed across the battle stage continuously, like a bouncing ball trapped in a box. Meanwhile, Fang and Bai could barely take the hits, having completely lost their momentum. Is this big brother Wei's true power? Too impressive. Little Xiao observed the chaotic sight before him. Wei Yang's speed was terrific, like a specter moving in the shadows. After a few more minutes, he stopped his movements. If both guests want to compete in terms of expenditure, and are trying to exploit the weakness of my Rainbow Light GU which consumes massive amounts of primeval essence, I am afraid you are going to be disappointed. I have a light source GU in my hand. It is an assistance type GU whose only use is to allow a GU master's primeval essence expenditure to be halved when using a light type GU. Damn it, Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth in anger. Fang Yuan waved his hand about. No more, I can't win. Brother Wei, we concede. Wei Yong laughed heartily, cupping his fists. It has been an honor. Little Xiao, seeing the battle ended, immediately came over, with excitement still lingering on his face. Big brother Wei is truly impressive, but both sirs managing to endure so long is equally impressive. You may not know, but brother Wei has superior battle skills even though he is rank 3 peak stage. He is Lord Shang Yan Fei's third general, called the White Light Swordsman. If it was me, I would not even be able to exchange 20 blows with him. A loss is a loss, there is no big deal. Wei Yong, after I get my hands on suitable GU worms, I will challenge you once again. Bai Ningbing's expression was icy cold. From young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly, her mood was obviously terrible. Little Xiao, seeing Bai Ningbing address Wei Yong by his name, showed displeasure on his face. Fang Yuan stood at the side. Brother Wei Yong held back already, I can feel it. Hey, after I buy some useful GU, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am still indignant. Next time, please use your full strength, do not worry about the consequences. Ha ha ha, Brother He too speaks his mind. It is my fault this time, next time I will definitely use my full ability. Wei Yong patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. That's the way, Brother Wei Yong, I accept my loss completely, let me treat you to some wine. Brother Xiao, you can come along too, and tell me about Brother Wei's heroic tales. I can only beat him after learning all about him, right? Fang Yuan laughed. Little Xiao felt that this person, although ugly and lacked a ear, was very pleasant to look at. Compared to that freak, Bai Yun, his temper was way better. Alright, Little Xiao laughed. Fighting made us closer. I know a restaurant, newly opened, cheap, and also serves good food. We cannot make our guests pay, let me treat tonight, I hope Big Brother Wei can come too. Fang Yuan stared. How can we do that? Little Xiao is a local, while you two are guests, let him treat. Wei Yong came in to advise. Fang Yuan thought about it. Okay, this time you will treat, but let me do it next time. I don't have money with me anyway, after I sell my recipe and get money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, after coming here, I have been shocked by the commodity prices. His words were a little cheeky, and also admitted that he was poor, causing Wei Yong and Little Xiao to laugh, thinking that Fang Yuan was a clear and upright man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Fang Yuan's acting skills, seeing this, she was used to it already. In the room, the three drank wine and spoke, announcing their names, pulling their relationships closer together. Only Bai Ningbing drank water, being alone and enjoying her peace. Little Xiao was called Xiao Yan, 27 years old, specializing in fire-type GU worms. Recently his cultivation rose by a small realm, to rank 3 middle stage, thus finally breaking through the 4th inner city's battle zone and reaching 3rd inner city. Hey Tu Bai Yun are just fake names, my real name is Gu Fang Zheng, she is Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan pretended to be drunk and exposed some information. They had the Bai clan arrest warrant, as long as Shang clan investigated, the matter could not be kept secret. Fang Yuan gave it away on purpose, to give off the impression of having a clear conscience. Xiao Yan was a little moved. He and Wei Yong were demonic GU masters, Fang Yuan telling them his real name was an act of true friendship. Surname Gu, light flashed across Wei Yang's eyes, this was an important information. It seems that the mission given by the clan leader has been successfully completed. Chapter 267. Chapter 267, greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's shamelessness. Gu Fang Zheng. Listening to Wei Yang's report, Sheng Yanfei frowned slightly. Gu was a distinct surname, Sheng Yanfei searched through his memories and soon found it. Gu clan, one of the 3 clans of Qingmao Mountain, having hundreds of years of history. Qingmao Mountain, Sheng Yanfei's gaze brightened as he recalled an intel he got over half a year ago. Qingmao Mountain was mysteriously attacked and within a night, changed from a green and lively mountain to a deadly domain of ice and snow. Even till now, the ice and snow on Qingmao Mountain had yet to completely melt. No one knew what happened at Qingmao Mountain, but from all kinds of traces found there, people knew there had been a huge battle between GU masters. Now, Qingmao Mountain's destruction was classified as a mysterious event and was already spread all over the southern border. As to what caused this, opinions differed from people to people. However, to certain people, the traces left on Qingmao Mountain made it obvious. The secret of the 10 extreme physiques was more or less known to the higher-ups of the GU master world. The moment he got this intel, Sheng Yanfei had also immediately guessed this was brought upon by one of the 10 extreme physiques, Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. If that is the case, Gu Fang Zheng's origins can be explained. The group sent to investigate the incident on Mubei Mountain also sent a letter saying there was no suspicious point. Sheng Yanfei drew up an approximate outline of the whole affairs in his mind. Now, there is only one doubt remaining. Why did they conceal their identities and hide in the caravan? Sheng Yanfei already had many conjectures, but it still needed to be investigated. Right, you sparred with them, how were their skills? Sheng Yanfei asked. Wei Yang's expression was solemn as he respectfully reported, geniuses. Given time, these two will definitely surpass me. Oh, you have such a high opinion of them. Sheng Yanfei was slightly amazed. Wei Yang nodded and continued. They might be concealing their cultivation with some GU worms, but being able to last so long in battle, they should at least be rank 3. Considering their young age, these two should both have a great aptitude. Shang Yanfei smiled. But Wei Yong, a great aptitude only represents talent and not everything. You, yourself, are the best proof of this. You have only be great aptitude but have become one of my external elders. Furthermore, how many a great talents have died in your hands over these years? In ordinary clans, a great aptitude was an extraordinary matter. However, to Shang clan, they were rather common. One reason was because it was a large clan and there were many clansmen. Another was because they recruited demonic GU masters. Those demonic GU masters who distinguished themselves in battle arena definitely had extraordinary aptitudes. And the third reason was because Shang clan's riches were as high as a mountain, they had the ability to purchase aptitude-changing GU worms. You praise me too much, Lord Clan Leader. Wei Yong modestly said and continued, I also understand this logic, thus I am even more sure these two are extraordinary. They have rich combat talents and have a sort of innate sense towards the battle situation, as if they were born to fight. They also did not have a complete set of GU worms, but they were able to last for so long just with 2 to 3 GU, it truly was amazing. As to their disposition, they were tough and were not discouraged when disadvantaged. When I exerted pressure on them, they were able to make a breakthrough and constantly adjust themselves. They also have tacit and great teamwork. As the battle continued, they were able to hold their ground even more stably. Their improvement was extremely clear. Individually, the two have some differences. Gu Fang Zheng is straightforward, charging forward with incomparable bravery and has a lofty disposition. As for that Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted with a sharp gaze and only moves when she is sure of it. She had been constantly trying to find my weakness during the battle. In particular, Gu Fang Zheng admitted his loss calmly when I said I possessed a light source Gu. He is broad-minded and absolutely has a larger heart than any ordinary man. Lord Clan Leader, these two, one is a young tiger of the lands while the other is a dragon whelp of the seas. One yang and one yin, one domineering and another scheming, a perfect combination, the brilliance of twin stars, each enhancing the other's strength. If we can recruit them, it will be a huge asset to Shang clan. Shang Yanfei was moved. Before, he did not put Fang and Bai in his eyes, now his interest was greatly aroused as he listened to Wei Yong. Wei Yong, you have followed me for many years, I trust in your foresight. But there is no need to undervalue yourself, they might not necessarily be able to top you even after they grow up. You are hindered by lacking aptitude, otherwise with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. There is no need to worry, if a reform GU appear, I will definitely help you get it. Reform GU could raise a GU master's aptitude, it was extremely rare and expensive. Wei Yang's eyes turned red with emotions. I won't forget this kindness for as long as I live. I, Shang Yanfei, will never treat my loyal followers unfairly. Leave now, continue attending to them for a few days and see what they think about Shang clan and whether we can recruit them or not. Yes, clan leader. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Nanchu Garden. In the lounge, Fang Yuan and Shang Yazi was sitting opposite each other. Fang Yuan leisurely tasted the tea while Shang Yazi's expression looked rather unsightly. These few days, I have been sincerely coming to look for Sir, but you have been raising your price again and again. First it was 650,000, but you have raised it by tens of thousands every day and now Sir actually wants 800,000. Is Sir possibly playing with me to pass time? Shang Yazi was feeling stifled and talked with clenched teeth. If it was before, he would have already burst out in anger and smashed the teacup on Fang Yuan's face. But now, he could not do that. Why? Because this guy could directly complain to the clan leader. I still don't know what relation they have with Lord Father. These days, Wei Yong has been accompanying them around the city. What kind of person was Wei Yong? He is known as the third general and is Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions don't usually represent himself, but rather Lord Father's will. But why is Lord Father giving such deferential treatment to these two guys that appeared out of nowhere? Shang Yazi was bothered and bewildered. Since that day, he had been crazily investigating the two. But it was in vain. He was merely a young master, his authority was limited to Shang Clan City. He was far from having the huge capability of Shang Yanfei. The investigations bore no fruits, so he was forced to make guesses. Why is Lord Father expressing his goodwill? Is it because of the inheritance in their hands? No, an inheritance might interest an ordinary clan, but not ours. Unless it is the inheritance of a rank 6 GU Immortal, it would just be icing on the cake. Or is it because they were talents? No way, there are so many loyal demonic GU masters in the battle stage, they would die to join Shang clan, and are extremely skilled in fighting. If Father is not interested in those people, why would he want these two? No matter how he thought about it, Shang Yazi could not think of an answer. When these two guesses were rejected, a thought emerged in Shang Yazi's mind. Are these two father's illegitimate child? Isn't Shang Tuohai, the current young clan leader, father's illegitimate child? Shang Yazi pondered it again and felt that it couldn't be. The implication of being father's bloodline is too great. When Shang Tuohai was discovered, he was firmly protected and safeguarded, unlike these two. Shang Yazi kept on agonizing over this but could not make progress. And it was because of this, he was even more afraid of Fang and Bai. The most terrifying things were often the unknown. Fang Yuan could tell this young master Shang Yazi was becoming more and more restless and impatient over these few days. This was what he wanted to see. This was also one of the reasons he was intentionally raising the prices every day. If he directly raised 650,000 to 800,000, the negotiations would definitely collapse. But by raising the price by tens of thousands time and again, it would instead wear down Shang Yazi's resistance in his firm resolute heart. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan placed the teacup down and smiled. Everything has their worth. This might only be a GU master's inheritance to others, but to you, esteemed young master, it is the final hope to protect your young master status. As such, the price should be a little higher, and as the evaluation date draws closer, the price for this inheritance will naturally keep on getting higher. Thus, I have been increasing the price every other day. Isn't this something natural? Hee, if the price is lowered, how could it be worthy of your final hope? How could it be worthy of such an important position as Shang Clan's young master? After all, only Shang Clan young masters can compete for young clan leader's position. Shang Yazi's eyes shook with anger. This was blatant blackmailing. This guy was raising the price as he pleased. How could he be so shameless? Shang Yazi wished he could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. But he thought of the position of young master and was able to barely restrain himself. You are really scheming. If I spend 800,000, it will be a complete loss and will instead lower my evaluation. Those elders in charge of evaluation are not stupid. Thus, I simply can't buy it at this price. Fang Yuan had already expected this answer. The corner of his lips slightly curled up into a smile. Therefore, I have a good solution. I will be openly selling it to you in 650,000, but you will actually be giving me 800,000. You will maintain your young master's position and I will be getting a reasonable price. It is a complete win-win situation. Shang Yazi's expression immediately changed and stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. You want me to make a false account? This is impossible. If I am found out, no matter when, my young master's status will be revoked and moreover, I will receive a severe punishment. Fang Yuan gave a frivolous look. You can't say that. Who said anything about false account? I am only selling the secret recipe to you, and you feeling that I am an upright man, kindly gave me some primeval stones as a gift. There is simply no relation between the two. At that instance, Shang Yazi could only look at Fang Yuan, stupefied and speechless. He had previously thought Fang Yuan was shameless, but now saw that he had greatly underestimated this guy's shamelessness. Chapter 268. Chapter 268, Sudden Wealth. Shang Yazi left worriedly. Before he left, he told Fang Yuan that this matter was important and he needed more time to consider it. But, the fact that he was considering it meant that success was near. Fang Yuan had seen through this person, knowing that the matter is as good as decided. In fact, he could even raise the prices again when the time comes. Right now, he was hesitant, so Fang Yuan could not use prices to agitate him. Once he is determined, then the prices will soar again. That is simply too easy. 2 days later, Shang Yazi carried a haggard expression as he visited Fang Yuan again. I agree, let's deal according to what you have requested. He gritted his teeth. After showing a hesitant expression for a long time, he finally relented. Trust me, you will definitely remember this decision. Come, drink. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, pouring a glass of wine for Shang Yazi. Shang Yazi raised his cup, drinking the wine in one mouthful. What sort of shitty wine is this? After drinking it, he frowned and scolded. This is the cheapest rice wine. Lord Young Master, I have no money to purchase good wine. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You will have it soon enough. Puff, Shang Yazi breathed out heavily. He had first thought about it, and as he concentrated on making a decision, it was a painful process. But now that he has decided, he felt relaxed. All right, I have prepared the agreement, take a look. Fang Yuan brought over a proposal. Shang Yazi glanced at it, and stared in anger, his eyes wide with rage as he slammed the table and screamed, 950,000. You raised the prices again. Last time, you said 800,000, but it has only been a few days and you raised it by 150,000. Do you think I'm made of gold? Scoundrel, you think my primeval stones fall from the sky? Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he said calmly, it has already been 3 days, of course the price has increased, you know it yourself. Shang Yazi's forehead was popping with veins, as he jumped from his seat. Do you think I am easy to bully? I do not have so much money. This tiny little inheritance, you want 950. You are like a lion opening its huge mouth. Calm down, anger will harm your health, Lord Young Master, this is not a tiny inheritance, it concerns your young master position. Think about it, every year, one young master will be eliminated. How many people are craving for this spot? Fang Yuan said casually. Once he heard the young master position, the furious Shang Yazi lost his rage. Fang Yuan looked at his expression, knowing that 950 was over his limit, and relented. All right, then how about 900,000 primeval stones? I concede to you. Shang Yazi slowly sat down. He had only gotten into the young master position for a year, and had to deal with the evaluations. The actual amount of primeval stones he managed to pocket was only around 400,000. No doubt, after this transaction, his 1 year of savings will be depleted. The assets that he had managed to save would be gone. But concerning the young master position, he had to relent. He was solemn for a moment, before nodding. Then 900,000 it is, but I do not trust a paper agreement, we need to swear, let's use the poison vow Gu. Fang Yuan showed hesitation. Why, are you afraid? How would I know if you would not run away if we do not use the poison vow Gu? We have to do this, there is no way I'm giving in on this. Shang Yazi's attitude was firm. Fang Yuan had expected this to happen anyway. In that case, let me do it first. Fang Yuan stretched out his left hand. Only then did Shang Yazi let out a smile, calling out the poison vow Gu. Poison vow Gu is a purple-red worm, only finger size and has a dangerous-looking mouth. It was a rank 3 consumable Gu. It flew to Fang Yuan's left index finger, and bit on it. At once, a heart-burning pain assaulted Fang Yuan's nerves. Fang Yuan endured the pain as he started to read the details on the proposal. After he finished, the poison vow Gu nearly doubled in size, as it absorbed Fang Yuan's heart blood. Soon after, the poison vow Gu flew to Shang Yazi's finger and started to suck blood. Shang Yazi gripped the paper, and used a trembling voice to read the details, and the poison vow Gu doubled in size again. His face turned pale from pain, as he clenched his teeth and drew in a deep breath. This goddamn agreement, why is it so lengthy? Can't you write less words? Is there anything to add? Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Yazi's lips curled, revealing a smile. But his face was twisted, and his smile was a little hideous. Bam! The poison vow Gu stuffed with blood, suddenly exploded. But no blood splattered but instead turned into numerous red light spots. The light spots flew towards Fang Yuan and Shang Yazi, like rain falling into a pond, and fused into their bodies. This shows that the poison vow Gu has taken effect. If both sides read the details and it did not fulfill their true inner intentions, after the poison vow Gu explodes, it would turn into a puddle of stale blood. This situation means that one side or both had violated the vow, causing it to fail. Seeing this, Shang Yazi's smile became even deeper. He looked at Fang Yuan. We have vowed already, if you change your mind in the future, or violate the agreement, you will turn into a puddle of blood and die. Fang Yuan's expression remained the same, only saying, where are my primeval stones? Shang Yazi shrugged. Don't worry, why would I violate the agreement, here? He tossed out a Gu. This Gu was like a ball, as exquisite as a crystal, half-transparent and palm-sized. There was a cloudy figure in the ball, as if it has sealed numerous clouds. This white cloud figure looked like a hunchback old man carrying a walking stick. The old man had long white hair, having an immortal feeling as the wrinkles on his face looked extremely realistic, and he was smiling sincerely. This is the primeval elder Gu. A Gu specifically used to store primeval stones. As the saying goes, professionals have their domain of expertise. The primeval elder Gu is only a rank 3, but it can seal up to 1,000,000 primeval stones. There is 870,000 primeval stones here, the remaining 30,000, I will pass them to you when I finish gathering them. Shang Yazi passed the primeval elder Gu to Fang Yuan with much reluctance. Inside, 600,000 was the trade credit of Shang clan, the remaining 270 was Shang Yazi's personal savings. After Fang Yuan received it, he cooperated with Fang Yuan in refining it. Primeval Elder Gu changed owners, and change occurred within the clouds. The old man was originally looking at Shang Yazi, but now he started to smile towards Fang Yuan instead. Fang Yuan moved the Primeval Elder Gu around, but no matter which direction he moved, the clouds would transform and the old man would smile towards Fang Yuan regardless. Actually, this Gu is quite interesting. If the primeval stones inside are little, the old man would frown and show a bitter expression. If the amount was just nice, the old man would be expressionless. And finally, the more the number of primeval stones towards the limit, the more the old man would smile. Shang Yazi saw Fang Yuan manipulate the primeval elder Gu and knew he was clear on how the Gu worked. He snorted. This primeval elder Gu is quite valuable, I cannot give it to you for free. I bought this on the auction and it cost me 6,600 primeval stones. Fang Yuan nodded. Rank 3 Gu were sold by thousands of primeval stones, and the primeval elder Gu was a rare one, it was definitely worth that amount. He immediately took out primeval stones to give Shang Yazi. Shang Yazi used an ordinary storage Gu and kept these primeval stones, feeling horrible on the inside. These were originally his primeval stones. Never mind, as long as I can keep my young master position, all is possible, I can earn my primeval stones back, and for this guy who extorted me, he will die a horrible death. Shang Yazi was not a big-hearted person, Fang Yuan robbed him of all his fortune, and he even had to borrow around for the final 30,000. White bone recipe was normally 600,000, but Fang Yuan sold it for 900. Shang Yazi rubbed his nose. After suffering such a loss, he felt extreme hatred towards Fang Yuan. The final 30,000, I will pass it to you in 3 days. This matter is known by the two of us only, no third party is allowed to know. Not even your companion. Don't think of finding a loophole, it is useless. Shang Yazi got up and left, he could no longer stand being there. Every extra second he looked at Fang Yuan's hideous face, the anger in his heart would accumulate a bit more. There are no loopholes in the agreement, you looked through didn't you? Fang Yuan showed a plain expression. Shang Yazi snorted. He was born of Shang clan, being influenced from young, and also having managed this shop for a year, there were no loopholes that could avoid his notice. I bet you wouldn't dare to break the agreement. He laughed in disdain, quickly leaving. Fang Yuan did not take it to heart, he knew that Shang Yazi's current mood was very understandable. As for the poison vow, he was not going to obey it. Poison vow Gu's restriction is very strong, otherwise, no Gu masters would use it. No way of exposing it to a third party, that is absolute. Any curveballs were risking one's own life. Like earlier, Fang Yuan passed 6,600 primeval stones to Shang Yazi. This was an extra action, he could have just deducted it from the 30,000 primeval stones. But no, in the poison vow, they stated 900,000, thus Shang Yazi had to fork out 900,000 primeval stones to Fang Yuan. This was the cold hard rules. 3 days later, Shang Yazi gathered 30,000 primeval stones, and handed it to Fang Yuan. At the same time, Fang Yuan passed the recipe to him. Of course, the most valuable bone flesh unity Gu was not sold. Shang Yazi only knew of the bone spear Gu, spiral bone spear Gu etc. After looking at the recipe, he found many other recipes that uses the bone spear Gu as the base, and felt pleased by it, his mood turning better. Fang Yuan then sold the bone spear Gu, spiral bone spear Gu as well as the bone spike Gu to him. As with their original agreement, it was 40,620 primeval stones. As a result, after this transaction, Fang Yuan's assets rose to 934,020 primeval stones too. With his savings, the total is about 945,003. Fang Yuan placed most of his primeval stones into the primeval elder Gu. To prevent accidents, he also placed some on his body, and some into the two-seed flower. In my previous life at this time, I was still slogging in the caravan, with only 50 to 60 primeval stones on me. But right now I am nearly a millionaire. Fang Yuan compared this with his memories, and the advantages of his rebirth can be easily seen. Of course, he took huge risks as well. The larger the risk, the greater the benefits. There is no free lunch in this world. Effort might not reap reward, but to gain reward, one has to invest first. In a flash, 3 days passed. Shang clan's investigations ended, and Wei Yong brought Shang Yanfei's invitation over. To esteemed guests, my lord clan leader has set up a clan banquet, specifically ordering me to invite both of you over. Clan banquet, the moment is finally here. Fang Yuan thought. Chapter 269. Chapter 269, Clan banquet. A roomy courtyard was where Shang Yanfei set up the clan banquet. It was an outdoor feast, because within the mountain, there was no need to worry about storm or rain. The courtyard was neither luxurious nor elegant, it was even rather old. There were a dozen or so tables arranged in a circle in the courtyard, which was already looking crowded from that. There were some fruits and snacks arranged on the tables and also labels indicating which seat belonged to who. 3 seats were already occupied. Big brother, do you know why Lord Father called us this time? Shang Chaofeng asked vaguely while popping a red fruit into his mouth. The eldest Shang Chuniu was sitting upright, his eyes closed as he rested. Hearing the question, he opened his eyes by a sliver and spoke in a deep voice. Lord Father has recently come out of closed cultivation, he is holding this clan banquet because he misses us, what's so strange about it? Big brother might be right, but when has Lord Father ever held a casual banquet? Look, don't you think there are a few more seats today? From the side, Shang Pulao interjected. Shang Chaofeng snickered, and Shang Chuniu closed his eyes again. Shang Pulao's gaze flickered, he was in charge of the red light zone and managed brothels of all sizes, he would be the fastest person to get any news. In truth, he had already heard some talks, he was just about to continue when suddenly his ears twitched, someone has arrived. All 3's gazes turned towards the gate. Creak, the gate was pushed open and 3 people walked in. Wei Yong was at the front followed by Fang and Bai. Fang and Bai had already been here before, it was that private residence they had been called to before. This private residence is the place where Lord Clan Leader, when he was a young master, was suppressed by the alliance of other young masters. Lord Clan Leader took a step back and abandoned the position of young master of his own accord, becoming an ordinary clansman. During that fallen period, he stayed here. Later when he became the clan leader, he maintained this place as a reminder to himself and later generations. The clan banquets are always held here. Wei Yong opened the gate and introduced. Immediately after, he saw the 3 people in the courtyard. Oh, 3 young masters are already here. Shang Chuniu, Shang Chaofeng and Shang Pulao stood up one after another and cupped their hands to Wei Yong. Our greetings, Elder Wei Yong. Wei Yong was one of the 5 great generals under Shang Yanfei and a major figure in Shang clan. Every single young master competing for the position of young clan leader has to go through his evaluation. My greetings to all 3 young masters, these 2 are esteemed guests invited by Lord Clan Leader. Wei Yong also cupped his hands in greeting, his expression calm. He was an elder, his status was higher than the young master positions and as an important figure in the clan, he would not fawn on these young masters. Sirs, please take a seat. Wei Yong led Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to their seats. The 3 young masters looked at each other, they could see bewilderment, surprise and curiosity in each other's eyes. This was a clan banquet, why would any strangers be invited? Who are these 2? Their seats are actually closer to Lord Father's than ours. Wei Yong also sat down and continued on with a smile, let me make the introductions. This is Shang Chuniu, Lord Clan Leader's eldest son, he manages the caretaking zone. This is Clan Leader's 4th son Shang Chaofeng, he manages all the GU fighting arenas in the city. This is Shang Pulao, he manages all the brothels in Red Light Zone. Shang Chuniu was robust and his voice was deep, one could tell he was a calm person from one look. He was the oldest, already nearing 30. Shang Chaofeng had a messy hair and high nose bridge. He was giving off a wild aura. Shang Pulao looked the most delicate, a thin physique, white face, beautiful eyes and a loose bearing showing that he loitered around with women all year round. Chu Niu greets both esteemed guests. Shang Chu Niu took the lead to cup his hands as a greeting. Wei Yong didn't introduce Fang and Bai, the 3 were smart and naturally wouldn't stupidly pursue it. The 3 young masters are too polite. I am He Tu and this is my companion Bai Yun. Fang Yuan introduced. The names were clearly fake. This made the 3 young masters more confused about Fang and Bai's origins. They could only laugh and go through the motion. As the time for evening banquet came closer, more young masters appeared. Shang Paishu who managed rock gambling dens, Shang Suan Ni who managed restaurants and silk stores, Shang Fushi who managed auctions, Shang Baishi who managed substitute refinement zone, and Shang Yazi who Fang Yuan was already familiar with. Wei Yong introduced them to Fang and Bai. All these young masters more or less revealed strange looks as they saw Fang and Bai. They sat down as talks commenced with the increased number of people, the small courtyard gradually became lively. Just before the banquet started, the gate suddenly opened and a young master hurriedly rushed in. He was tall and thin, thick eyebrows and fierce gaze, he was young master Shang Baiyan who was in charge of Shang Clan City's city guards. The city guards handled all sorts of disputes and contradictions, maintaining the law and order in the city, so it was the busiest. After greeting Fang and Bai, Shang Baiyan was just sitting down, when a blood-colored flame flickered on the main seat as Shang Yanfei appeared. Shang Yanfei was wearing a white robe with gold-inlaid cuffs. Scarlet hair flew around wildly before resting on his waist. Combined with his extremely handsome face, it formed into an aura and charisma that was unique to him. "Your children greet Lord Father." The many young masters stood up one after another before half kneeling down on the ground and greeting Shang Yanfei unitedly. Lord Clan Leader Wei Yong stood up. At the same time, Fang and Bai also stood up to greet him. "Take your seats." Shang Yanfei laid back against the wide-backed chair and casually waved his hand. Immediately, 7-colored beautiful lights sprinkled down like rain. The beautiful lights landed on the tables and turned into all kinds of fine dishes, their fragrance immediately spreading in the small courtyard. Fang Yuan instantly recognized the GU as gourmet food box GU. It was a rank 5 GU, especially used to store delicacies and maintain their state. In his previous life, Fang Yuan tried hard to make a living in the caravan. He had no one to rely on after the destruction of GU clan. The sudden emergence of an alliance of demonic GU masters on Yitian Mountain overstepped the bottom line of the righteous paths. All great clans formed an alliance and besieged Yitian Mountain. One of the heads of the allied forces, Shang Yanfei, used this gourmet food box GU to provide for the armies. With just a wave of his sleeve, tens of thousands of soldiers were provided with gourmet food, becoming an enormous help in raising their morale. Since then, gourmet food box GU became a symbol of Shang Yanfei and was a conversation topic for many people. At that time, Fang Yuan was able to become a small boss of the lowest level with his advantages as a transmigrator. He joined a sub-branch of a caravan which was in charge of transporting supplies to the Righteous Path allied forces. He had personally be able to see the grandeur of Shang Yanfei using gourmet food box GU. Dazzling 7-colored lights filled the sky and shone down upon the world. It was a magnificent and grand atmosphere. Never expected that I would see this gourmet food box GU years in advance and also become an esteemed guest of Shang clan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh inwardly. There was clear difference between his previous life and this life. This was the enormous advantage of rebirth. And this advantage was from spring-autumn cicada, which was the accumulation and accomplishment of his previous life's struggles. Shang Yanfei spread the dishes and immediately addressed his sons. "We have 2 esteemed guests with us today, you all need to toast them. Chu Niu, you are the eldest, set an example." With Shang Yanfei personally telling them, Shang clan young masters did not dare to act slowly even though they were bewildered. Shang Chu Niu immediately stood up and raised a wine glass, saying with his deep voice, "Chu Niu toasts the 2 esteemed guests." With that, he swigged down the glass of wine. Fang Yuan also drank down a glass of wine while Bai Ningbing still drank water. Chu Niu was the oldest among these young masters. He was almost 30 but his appearance looked quite mature as if he was 40. By contrast, his father Shang Yanfei looked like he was a youth in his 20s. The contrast between father and son was quite an interesting sight. I had a good talk with the 2 esteemed guests before. Esteemed guests, if you have time later, you could come to my zone to have fun. GU battles are truly interesting. Shang Chaofeng also stood up. Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He knew quite a bit about Shang Chaofeng though this was the first time they met. This man was very aggressive about winning and was ruthless and cunning. In Fang Yuan's previous life, at one time, he had been the biggest hindrance to Shang Xinxi's position as Shang clan young master. 4th brothers GU battles are too bloody, the best is still the delight of beauties singing and dancing for you. Shang Pulao retorted Shang Chaofeng before proposing a toast to Fang and Bai, his beautiful eyes flashing with light. "I wish to talk about romance and love with the 2 esteemed guests. If we have time, definitely." Fang Yuan said with a smile and chugged down the wine. This banquet looked like those for celebrities in his eyes. Most of these Shang clan young masters would have their own story that would spread throughout the southern border in future. Shang Yanfei had many children but these people here were able to distinguish themselves in such an intense competition, clearly showing their abilities that surpassed others. One could call them a giant among men or unpolished jade stones. Moreover, they each had their own ways and styles of doing things. Right now as they converged together in the same place, it was like a pearl shining off with light and darkness. For the time being, there was not much to say about eldest son Shang Chu Niu, second son Shang Yazi, 4th son Shang Chaofeng and 8th son Shang Pulao. 9th son Shang Suan Ni had a lion-like mouth and broad nose. He seemed to be using some type of GU, as every time he breathed, light yellow smoke came out from his nose and curled around him. 10th son Shangbai Shi was short and stout, looked honest and did not seem to have anything remarkable about him. But Fang Yuan knew Shangbai Shi was hiding enormous strength that was higher than his by several times. 12th son Shangbayan would have a marriage alliance with Tai clan, and come to become Southern Border's second divine detective after Tai Shui Lang. 13th son Shang Fushi was very intelligent. His advice when the Righteous Path allied forces attacked Yitian Mountain caused huge damage to demonic GU masters time and again. And the 21st son Shang Pai Shu, he was the youngest and was a late bloomer. Many years later, when Shang clan fell into ruins, he threw himself into the demonic path and became a devil whose evil reputation spread far and wide over the southern border. Father, I am sorry I am late. As the toasts continued, the courtyard gate was opened and a girl walked in. She was Shang Qiwen, 16th daughter of Shang Yanfei and held control over battle arenas. She had a fair face and her two eyes shone with a smart gaze. She was a lively and charming person. After everyone finished toasting the wine, Shang Yanfei raised his wine cup and faced Fang and Bai. Thank you for protecting Shinxi all the way, that was the only reason I could gain a new daughter. Once he said so, everyone present was stunned. Chapter 270. Chapter 270. Reward by Shang Yanfei. Daughter. The gang of young masters showed an astonished expression, looking towards one another. Shang Yazi realized at once, patting his own forehead. So this was it, this was why father met the two with courtesy. The mysterious veil was lifted, and Shang Yazi looked towards Fang Yuan, great hatred hidden in his gaze. He was no longer afraid. Now that he knew the reason, after the evaluation when he regains his footing, he would slowly deal with those two scoundrels. At once, the place fell into silence. Shang Yanfei smiled as he observed the people, giving them time to absorb the new information. Fang Yuan, cooperatively, expressed shock, as he was a little stunned, and muttered with a suspicious gaze, "Don't tell me." "That's right." Shang Yanfei looked towards him, nodding, "It is that Lady Zhang both of you escorted and protected in the caravan. She is my daughter. Once she stepped into Shang Clan City, I detected her bloodline and have already reunited with her." Zhang Xinxi, Bai Ningbing immediately followed. Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, he, she is no longer Zhang now, but Shang. Both of you saved the life of my precious daughter, you are the benefactor of my Shang clan, thus you deserve a toast from us. Saying so, the door was opened by someone lightly. The young female GU master Tian Lan wore a servant attire as she pushed the door open, returning to Shang Xinxi's side. Missy, Xiao Dai looked at the courtyard full of people, and felt nervous. Let's go in. Shang Xinxi breathed out calmly, under everyone's watchful gaze, walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, her steps halted, showing surprise and joy on her face. She saw Fang and Bai. It really is her. Seeing Shang Xinxi, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to pin size as she was completely and utterly stunned. In the entire courtyard, no one could understand the shock in her heart. Bai Ningbing's shock was not from Shang Xinxi, but Fang Yuan instead. She was an intelligent person. The moment she saw Shang Xinxi, she understood at once what Fang Yuan's true motive was. Zhang Xinxi is Shang Xinxi, thus he protected her. How did he know her identity? Was this all part of his scheme? At that moment, Bai Ningbing's thoughts whirled as a storm brew in her heart. Brother He Tu, sister Bai Yun, why are you here? Shang Xinxi stared at Fang Yuan without blinking, her eyes shining brightly. Sinior, father said I would give you a surprise, didn't I? Shang Yanfei laughed gently. Shang Xinxi bowed and paid respects. Thank you father, this is the happiest day I've had since coming to Shang Clan City. After the initial chaos, she had already accepted Shang Yanfei as her birth father. No matter how much her father had let down her mother, he was still her family. Even if Shang Xinxi had grudge and hatred towards Shang Yanfei, the kinship that tied them together could not be severed, especially for a kind lady like her. Shang Yanfei heard her call him father for the first time, and his lips curled up, showing a radiant smile. Shang Xinxi turned around again, showing anxiety, as she explained to Fang Yuan, Brother He Tu, I was not intentionally lying to you. After mother passed away, she instructed me to come to Shang Clan City. I only understood her efforts and the truth after meeting father. The words were like lightning bolts striking Bai Ningbing's heart. Her blue eyes squinted into a line, as her heart was filled with surprise and confusion. Even Shang Xinxi did not know her identity. Why does Fang Yuan know everything? Originally, Fang Yuan was shrouded in a mist in her heart, unable to observe him clearly. But now, the mist thickened, and Fang Yuan became even more mysterious and unpredictable. So that's it, I was wondering why Shang clan was treating me so well. So this is the reason, Fang Yuan sighed as he raised his head, then slowly shook his head, exclaiming, to think that you are Shang clan leader's daughter. Brother He too, can you forgive me? Shang Xinxi gripped her hand, asking nervously. Shang Yanfei frowned lightly, seeing his daughter's attitude, he knew that she held him in high regard. Fang Yuan laughed. No matter, why would I blame you? The unknowing party is innocent, in fact, I have lied to you too. What? Shang Xinxi froze. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. He too, Bai Yun are just fake names. Shang Xinxi smiled gently, lightly saying, I guessed that long ago. Fang Yuan hesitated deliberately, then gritted his teeth and cupped his fist. I am ashamed, my real name is Jiyu Fang Zheng, this is my companion Bai Ningbing. Jiyu Fang Zheng, Fang Zheng, Shang Xinxi repeated this name several times, memorizing it to heart. Shang Yanfei's smile also widened, he appreciated Fang Yuan's honesty. The truth is, he had investigated long ago. Although Jiyu clan was wiped out, Shang clan had its ways to find out information from Jia clan. Jiyu village had this person called Jiyu Fang Zheng, and this person had a great aptitude, and was the young clan leader candidate. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was the Bai clan's young clan leader candidate. The two were hailed as geniuses. As for why they had to hide themselves and sneak into the caravan, this was easier to investigate. Because of Bai Jiyu Mountain's inheritance, Bai clan's two young masters died in their hands. At the same time, they took over half of the inheritance away. Bai clan issued an arrest warrant which was the best proof. So that's why my heart was palpitating earlier. Shang Pu Lao laughed. This child congratulates Lord Father. Shang Bai Shi said. If you face any problems, tell Big Brother. Shang Chu Niu looked at Shang Xinxi and said. This is awesome, I have a new sister. This banquet was worth coming. Shang Qi Wen laughed. The young masters recovered from their shock, and quickly showed their affection. This is a joyful occasion for us all, because you have all gotten a new blood-related sister. Shang Yanfei looked at his children, extremely clear of their mental state. Shang Xinxi's appearance is no doubt a threat. From now on, there would be one more person vying for the young master position. Back then, wasn't Shang Tuohai father's illegitimate child? Right now he is the Shang clan young clan leader. Actually there is no need to worry, Zhang clan is a subsidiary of Wu clan, and have enmity with Shang clan. Shang Xinxi has no foundation here, she is easy to deal with. The young masters showed a smiling face, but their hearts were weighing the situation. The imperial family has no place for kinship. The emperor's throne is crucial for the greatest benefits, not even kinship can complete. Shang clan is the southern border overlord, whoever rises to the position of clan leader in the future would be one of the parties that had a say in the entire southern border. High and mighty, ascending to the peak of the mortal realm, the benefits were unbelievable. Which generation of Shang clan leader did not undergo a ferocious battle, before they ascended to the position painstakingly? Shang Yanfei had gone through this before, so he was clear of the situation right now. Thus, his heart went out to Shang Xinxi even more. Right now, by announcing her identity, although it was to protect her, it also threw her into this spiral of competition. Come, senior, sit here. Shang Yanfei patted the seat below him, saying. Yes, Shang Xinxi replied, looking deeply at Fang Yuan as Fang Yuan nodded at her with a smile. Shang Xinxi walked over, sitting beside Shang Yanfei. Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, these two servants were close behind her. Seeing this, everyone's expression was strange. Since they were born, they had never seen father love one of his children to this extent. Even his illegitimate son Shang Tuohai did not receive such treatment. All right, all of you, take a seat. Shang Yanfei waved his hand, looking towards Fang and Bai again. He spoke. Jiyu Fang Zheng, Bai Ningbing, the two of you saved my precious daughter, and escorted her here. Our family is deeply indebted to you, if you have any requests, you may say it now. As the Shang clan leader, I will do my best to satisfy your needs. The young masters turned to look at Fang and Bai, with a look of envy. This was the gratitude of Shang clan leader, a promise by the southern border overlord, his words were as heavy as a mountain. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Lord clan leader, the reason we protected Lady Shang Xinxi is due to her previous kindness. Our debt has already been repaid, we do not owe each other anything. As he said so, everyone showed a shocked expression. Shang Fushi quickly reacted, squinting, praising the ingenuity of the answer. Fang and Bai saved the Shang Yanfei's daughter, he had to reward them handsomely. If he does not, how would outsiders look at Shang clan? If any Shang clan young master encountered danger in the future, who would help them? Shang Xinxi saw Fang Yuan rejecting the reward, and quickly got anxious, saying to Shang Yanfei, "Father, during the caravan trip, brother He too lost much of his assets too." Shang Yanfei was a brilliant man. Before Shang Xinxi finished her words, he understood her intentions. This was to sought money for Fang and Bai. He nodded. "Since both of you are GU masters, I shall gift 1,000,000 primeval stones to express my thanks." Hearing this, many young masters almost drooled. Although they controlled much of Shang clan's assets, but it was under everyone's supervision and there was a yearly evaluation, they could hardly line their own pockets. Shang Yazi had talent, but was too greedy, causing his business results to be in jeopardy. Fang Yuan shook his head again. "To speak the truth, I had gone through a peril situation to snatch an inheritance. After selling the recipe, I no longer lack primeval stones." "Oh, is that so?" Shang Yanfei looked at Shang Yazi with deep meaning. Shang Yazi was so scared his heart nearly jumped out, his mouth went dry and cold sweat gathered on his forehead. Regarding Shang Yazi's matter, how could Shang Yanfei not know? Even if he faked the accounting, what happened could be easily guessed. But Shang Yazi was still his own son, even if he violated the Shang clan rules, as long as it was not exposed, that counts as his skill too. Being at this position, he had learned long ago, obeying the rules was not an ability, true ability lies in breaking the rules to gain benefits, yet not receiving punishment. Those with true capabilities demolish the old order, while establishing new rules and enjoying the benefits along the way. Shang Yanfei used this chance to remind Shang Yazi, before he gave another reward for them to consider. Shang Xinxi only heard half of it, before her eyes glowed intensely. This was exactly what Fang and Bai needed the most. Chapter 271. Chapter 271, Purple Thorn Token 2 in 1 chapter. Shang Yanfei saw Fang Yuan reject the primeval stones, and gave another solution. "You are now under Bai clan's arrest warrant, this is evidently a misunderstanding. I shall explain for you and remove this arrest warrant, what do you think?" Fang and Bai were wanted, Shang Xinxi knew this. "Why didn't I think of it, to get rid of the arrest warrant for brother He too, this is undoubtedly what he needs the most." Shang Xinxi supported this wholeheartedly. Shang clan was the southern border overlord, while Bai clan was an ordinary clan village. Moreover, their spirit spring was running dry, the clan was gradually getting weaker. Shang Yanfei's explanation will definitely be accepted by Bai clan. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Although this was enticing, he had other plans in his heart. If Shang clan cleared up the matter, it would cause him to be branded as one of them. This would be a great obstacle in his future plans of getting close to the demonic GU masters and joining Yitian Mountain. Short-term benefits in exchange for long-term harm. This arrest warrant may seem troublesome, but it was no harm to Fang Yuan. Which demonic lord did not have tens of arrest warrants on them? Fang Yuan had over 100 in his previous life. So what if the arrest warrants pile up? The most ironic thing was, after he established the Bloodwing demonic sect in his previous life, and dominated a region, many clans took the initiative to remove the arrest warrant for him. This was the truth of the world, eventually, only strength matters. According to Fang Yuan's plans, he wanted to stay in Shang clan city for 2 to 3 years, during this period Bai clan had no way to arrest him. After that, he would gather a set of GU worms and gain a boost in strength, then he would have no fear towards Bai clan's arrest warrant. In fact, Bai clan itself was in a dangerous situation, unable to fend for themselves, how could they bother about Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's reward, although it was important in Shang Xinxi's eyes, it held zero value to Fang Yuan. Thus, he shook his head. Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. Truthfully, we snatched their inheritance and killed the Bai clan young masters, but we have never regretted it. My injury is due to Bai clan, one day, I will find them for revenge. I am such a person, repay kindness with gratitude, and return grudges with revenge. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring, a spark of hatred will result in the burning of an entire forest. As he said so, Fang Yuan did not hide his overwhelming killing intent. Immediately, many of the young masters had differing feelings. He has an extremely demonic nature, some were disgusted. A person exacting revenge on a clan, this person is truly naive. Some looked with disdain. He, being so honest in front of father, is this person a fool, or something with great courage? Some were amused. Shang clan was a righteous path overlord, but Fang Yuan declared his intentions for revenge in front of Shang Yanfei. His arrogance and confidence caused Shang Xinxi to feel inwardly shocked, but not surprised. This was Brother He Tu's true nature, wasn't it? Shang Yanfei was also unfazed. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was very honest and straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation was spot on. Such a person can be easily read. Compared to the quiet Bai Ningbing, he preferred Fang Yuan much more. There is no need for Lord Clan Leader to intervene and remove the arrest warrant for us. I need this to encourage myself, to whip myself and continuously get stronger. Thank you Lord Shang Yanfei for your kind intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. In that case, tell me what reward you want. Don't talk about your debt being repaid. If my Shang clan wants to reward someone, they will be rewarded. This is our rules. Even if you throw the reward away, that is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, acting unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard became slightly more solemn. The young masters became much more careful when they raised their glasses to drink. This was the dominating aura of Shang clan leader, Shang Yanfei, a rank 5 GU master. I want to reward you, even if you do not want it, you have to take it. It is not a choice. Fang Yuan looked around, and laughed, but what if I really do not want it? Shang Yanfei spoke calmly, but his gaze was determined, that is not an option. Many of the young masters saw this conflict and scolded Fang Yuan as an idiot secretly. He must be stupid, pushing away Shang clan leader's reward. Many people would die for this opportunity. Some praised his overwhelming bravery. Shang Xinxi's hands were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yong laughed, soothing the atmosphere. I thought about it, Brother Fang Zheng was injured and disfigured. Why don't Lord Clan Leader ask the doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yong, call Dr. Su Shou to come here. Shang Yanfei nodded and said. Fang Yuan was silent, as Wei Yong went away. Soon, Wei Yong reported. Dr. Su Shou has been invited here, please come with me Brother Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan paid no attention to his own appearance, but at this time he could no longer be pushy. He looked at Bai Ningbing. Come along too, get a full body checkup as well. Bai Ningbing snorted, she knew exactly what injuries she has. But then again, she knew Fang Yuan had other plans, thus she agreed. The two left the courtyard and entered the house. They were familiar with this house, because they had once waited here for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, and did not even get to meet him. Dr. Su Shou was a slim woman, wearing a veil on her face and a white shirt and skirt. She was drinking tea at her seat. She had a complex relationship with Shang Yanfei, favor, grudge, love, hatred, all of them. She held a unique position in Shang Clan City. She was a rank 5 healing GU master. A rare day where my mood is great today. She placed her cup down, looking at Fang Yuan. You seek treatment. Go bathe first. She then stretched out her finger, pointing at Bai Ningbing. Especially you young lady, what did you apply on your face? Ugly and dirty, clean it before you come back. Bai Ningbing had concealed her looks on the entire journey. She continued to do so even in Shang Clan City. Her face was smothered with cinnabar, pretending it was her birthmark. She even applied special black oil, and her hair covered her forehead, causing her to look unkempt. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was surprised. Fang Yuan had the same expression. Wei Yong quickly explained. This is Lord Dr. Su Shou's rule. Every patient has to shower and clean their bodies, use fragrance oil and change into a white robe. Otherwise, she will not treat them. But no worry, I have already prepared it in advance, the hot water is ready, please follow me. The two entered the inner house, and there were indeed 2 wooden buckets inside. Beside each bucket, there were 2 mortal servants standing, helping the guests to wash themselves. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, get out, I will wash myself. This, Wei Yong was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's attendants. Dr. Su Shou was a clean freak. If the servants were chased away, she might not clean herself properly, resulting in her unable to get treatment. I'll keep mine, Brother Wei, please go out first. Her loss if she cannot enjoy it. Fang Yuan laughed. Wei Yong told them his worry, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yong did not pursue it further, leaving the room and closing the door. After all, the healing target was Fang Yuan anyway. Fang Yuan took off his clothing, throwing away his shirt and entering the wooden bucket. The temperature of the water was just nice. As the 2 servants worked, one poured the fragrance oil as the other rubbed Fang Yuan's back. They moved in perfect harmony, obviously experienced. Bai Ningbing stood before the bucket, not moving as she hesitated. Fang Yuan laid in the bucket relaxing, placing his arms at the corner of the bucket, saying lightly, Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed, we have no need to hide in Shangclan City, do you really not dare to show your face to people? Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Fang Yuan continued. I called you over with good intentions. This Dr. Su Shou, I have long heard of her great fame, in the southern border, she, roaming Dr. Juji, Dr. Sheng Shou, and Dr. Sha Ren are the 4 great doctors. You can ask her later regarding the yin-yang rotation GU. Yin-yang rotation GU. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted into a line, as they shone unsteadily. This was Bai Ningbing's greatest pain, and the method Fang Yuan used to control Bai Ningbing. Saying it out loud like this, what was the reason? What schemes does he have now? What is his motive? All sorts of suspicions arose in Bai Ningbing's head. The mental impact that Shang Xinxi gave her was still lingering, causing Bai Ningbing to still experience after fear. This Fang Yuan was like an unknown abyss. Even Shang Xinxi did not know her identity, but he knew, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess the spring-autumn cicada, that was a rank 6 GU, and too far from her understanding. But she made another guess, that is, a predictive ability GU. Fang Yuan must have a precognition type GU, able to see scenes of the future. I thought he was familiar with Bai GU Mountain due to the experiences of past people, but now it seems it must be the effect of this GU. The problem is, which predictive GU does he own, and what rank is it? Undoubtedly, Bai Ningbing's pressure at this moment was the greatest. Even if she understood that predictive GU have their own severe weaknesses. Sometimes, the predicted future is either wrong or chaotic. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she would be forced to think, would this plan of mine be forewarned? If I use this method to deal with him, will he just make use of it instead? Enemies that can predict the future were too terrifying. In the inner house, hot steam rose. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her hands and legs freezing. In the steam, she could almost see Fang Yuan lying in the bucket, as the servants washed his body. She could feel that Fang Yuan was staring at her, using his abyss-like dark eyes, those emotionless and deep eyes, quietly staring at her. She could hear Fang Yuan screaming in her heart, what are you going to do? Bai Ningbing, that's right, this is my trump card, a precognition GU. You want to deal with me? Go ahead, I can see the future, you have no chance of winning. But the truth was, Fang Yuan was already resting his eyes. Whether Bai Ningbing washed or not, it was part of his probing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was testing both Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The 2 servants were really experienced. When the water turned cold slightly, they immediately added hot water. The room was not big. After placing 2 buckets, it was crowded. This portrayed the state Shang Yanfei faced when he decided to give up the position of young master back in the day to become a commoner. But this was normal. Heroes often met despair, but that is not to say, the fate of heroes is full of calamities. But because, only despair and desperation can create heroes. Shang Yanfei could be called a hero, but he is more of a schemer, an ambitious person. After an hour of washing, the servant stopped. Fang Yuan wore the shirt they prepared, and walked out of the room, but Bai Ningbing was still standing there, thoughts flowing in her head. Get out, I will wash myself. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the 2 servants away. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she faced. The more she thought, the more her willpower was sucked away. Sometimes, strengths might not be strengths. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward boor, so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the more intelligent she was, the more she thought, and the more she would find Fang Yuan unpredictable and hard to win. Bai Ningbing could have felt nothing wrong with the bath, but Fang Yuan could tell that she had lowered her head to him from this insignificant matter. Smart people were suspicious. From another angle, it was Bai Ningbing who helped Fang Yuan subdue herself. Back at the main room, Fang Yuan found Dr. Su Shou. She did not waste time, stretching out her palm and placing it at Fang Yuan's shoulder. A gush of pure white light burst forth like water and enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body. A refreshing and cool feeling spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. His burnt skin could be seen recovering rapidly, at the same time flesh started to grow at the right side of his head. As time passed, the flesh grew and formed into shapes of ear and cartilage. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, as the numbing feeling assaulted him like waves, continuously challenging his limits. Quickly, new skin formed on his body, and from the pores that were burnt, new eyebrows grew. In 15 minutes' time, his injuries healed. He not only regained his looks, but his right ear also grew out, matching with his left. Dr. Su Shou pulled back her hand, commenting, "Now you look much better. Leave, and bring your companion along." She chased my servants away, how would I know if she had cleaned herself properly? At this time, the room door opened, and Bai Ningbing walked out. She wore a white robe, returning to her formal appearance, without any concealment. Her blue eyes shone like the blue sky, with ice muscles and jade bones. Her face was slightly red, and she carried with her the lingering steam from her bath. Even the woman Dr. Su Shou was moved by her divine appearance. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing changed completely, as she said gently, "Little sister looks incredible, I almost got charmed by you." This attitude was a 180-degree turn. Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. But he knew, this was Dr. Su Shou, pursuing all things beautiful in her life. Or using Earth's words, she had an appearance complex. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I do not need healing, I just want to know about the yin-yang rotation GU. I will answer anything little sister wants to know." Dr. Su Shou gently said, then turned coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go out." Completely different attitudes towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, having being chased out. The moment he got out, he saw Wei Yong. "Brother Fang Zheng." Wei Yong looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you brother for guarding here the entire time." "Haha, to think you look so handsome." Wei Yong raised his thumb as he praised. Actually, Fang Yuan looked extremely plain and ordinary, he could only be considered middle-upper level in terms of looks. But his eyes were dark like the abyss, giving off an unquestionable aura. Most importantly, he was way too ugly when he was injured, in contrast, he became much more handsome. But Wei Yong quickly laughed bitterly. "Little brother, since you call me brother, I shall lecture you. Why did you refuse clan leader's reward? I know you have your principles, but Shang clan has their rules, as they say, follow the customs of the place you are in. Moreover, Lord clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you continue insisting, the good thing will turn sour. A wise man submits to circumstances. I'm sure you do not want Lady Xinxi to be stuck in the middle, right?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I accepted treatment because I was considering this point." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "Just this treatment alone is no reward. If Shang clan does not produce a proper reward, it will cause outsiders to laugh at us, and ruin Shang clan's reputation and image. In future, if Shang clan's young masters encounter trouble, who would help them? Thus, you must accept this reward no matter what." Wei Yong spoke as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown even harder, he continued urging, "You, oh you, I don't know what to say. Something that people would die for, you are doing your best to refuse it. Little brother Fang Zheng, an arm cannot overpower a leg. If you really do not want it, you can accept it now, and after this is over, give it to Shang Xinxi. Is that not a good solution?" Fang Yuan thought about it, and said solemnly, "This is a good idea. First, it does not violate my principles. Second, it would not make life difficult for you. But brother Wei, what do I ask for?" Wei Yong immediately replied, "Of course it is a token." Fang Yuan laughed secretly. That was what he wanted to hear all along. He wanted to hear it from Shang Yanfei, but Shang Yanfei seemed to have wanted to recruit him, intentionally not mentioning it. Now, he shall make use of Wei Yong. Token. Fang Yuan showed a confused expression. "You just got to Shang Clan City, although you know there is a need for tokens, you do not know the importance of it. Trust brother Wei, a high-class token is very important. Sometimes, even if you have money, it is useless without a token." Wei Yong advised wholeheartedly. Fang Yuan nodded. "Although I don't get it, since brother Wei said so, I shall request for a token." Wei Yong instantly felt strongly moved due to being trusted. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulders, sighing, "Little brother, we hit it off so well, why would I cause you to lose out?" Back at the courtyard, Fang Yuan immediately said to Shang Yanfei, "I was rash. After hearing brother Wei Yang's advice, I realized a token was so important. I would like to ask for 2 tokens from Lord Clan Leader." Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He intentionally kept quiet because he had plans. But to think Wei Yong ruined it, this Wei Yong, he failed while trying to do good, not thinking further into this. These 2 saved his birth daughter, the token given cannot be too low class. Never mind, in Shang Clan City, what does that little primeval stones they had amount to? In a year or 2, it would be finished. Even if they had the token, they would still need to rely on Shang Clan. Thinking so, Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, waving his hand. Alright, I shall give both of you a purple thorn token each, as my thanks to you. Almost all the young masters gasped at this. Even Wei Yong was taken aback. Shang Clan City had black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, turquoise, blue, purple, a total of 9 tokens. Black stone token was the lowest, purple thorn token was the highest. It meant one was a VIP in Shang Clan. The authority was almost half a clan elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect that Shang Yanfei would give out a purple thorn token. He had planned to receive a green, turquoise or blue token, these 3 colors. He greatly underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token immediately. It was made of Cirsus chinensis wood, palm-sized. The front wrote the 2 words, Shang Clan, while the back was a mini-map of Shangliang Mountain. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei called out another GU. This is the special token GU of Shang Clan, it needs your blood. The GU worm was like a mosquito, flying to Fang Yuan's arm, taking a bit of blood, and returned to the surface of the token. Splat! With a crisp sound, the token GU exploded, turning into a lump of blood and merging into the token. The token seemed to have no changes, but when it got into Fang Yuan's hands, the surface started to glow with a purple light, like water and shadow. Only now, did this become a real purple thorn token. Even if outsiders got the token, it was useless. This could only be used by Fang Yuan. This was also Shang Clan's protective measure, making it impossible for outsiders to impersonate. If they used GU worms as the trust token, other GU masters might reverse engineer it and refine the GU for themselves. The genius part was, the purple thorn token was not a GU worm, it only had the power of the token GU remaining in it. As time passed, the token GU's power would decrease, and the purple thorn token would lose effect. This was an advantage to Shang Clan. The depreciation of the token would cause its usage to be sustained at a certain level. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost effect, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to create a new one. This was a way Shang Clan controlled their tokens. Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, and the young master's gaze towards him changed completely. Before, he was still just a demonic GU master. Many looked down on him, felt disdain towards him, but now they held an equal attitude. The purple thorn token could only be given out when the clan leader, or 10 elders came to an agreement. There were only 200 purple thorn tokens in the world now. Your companion, Shang Yanfei took out another token. Still with Dr. Su Shou, I will go rush her now. Wei Yong was about to get up, when Bai Ningbing returned, in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, and solemn. She had heard from Dr. Su Shou, that to return to her male body, she needed the corresponding Yang GU. Of course, there was no absolute. If she could get a rank 6 GU Immortal to help, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her appearance, many young masters fell into a daze. Chapter 272. Chapter 272, New Alliance Agreements. Bai Ningbing's appearance caused the attention on Fang Yuan to divert. The contrast was simply too great, causing everyone to focus on her. Fang Yuan had an ordinary appearance, but when he first appeared, even Wei Yong praised him. Bai Ningbing, however, looked stunning. The contrast was much more evident. Next, Bai Ningbing also received the purple thorn token. During the clan banquet, everyone interacted with each other, portraying a cohesive gathering on the outside, but secretly, there were storms brewing. In large clans, young masters often fought openly and secretly, because large clans had the resources for them to compete. On the other hand, normal clans like GUU Clan Village, Bai Clan Village, focused on nurturing one successor. It was not a problem of fertility, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts between young masters which could cause the clan to decline. Fang Yuan displayed his forthright and hot-blooded side. These young masters were influential people. Nurturing a good relationship with them would greatly aid him in his stay on Shangliang Mountain for the next few years. He clarified his past, as the former GUU clan future clan leader, similar to Bai Ningbing. Immediately, he closed the distance he had with the other young masters. Obviously, there were people who asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain turned into an icy hell, but Fang Yuan did not explain it. He only mentioned that the past was a nightmare, and showed a painful expression. He had the purple thorn token in his hand, so no one dared to force him. A few young masters toasted Bai Ningbing, but she did not bother responding to them, acting as she pleased. If it was before, the young master would definitely be secretly angry, but now that she showed her true beauty, no one got angry about it. They only felt that this woman was beautiful like a fairy, resembling an ice fairy. Paired with her cold behavior, it fitted her image perfectly. The clan banquet lasted for an hour before ending. Can I still call you Brother He too? As they parted, Shang Xinxi stared at Fang Yuan with glimmering eyes. Whichever you like. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Shang Xinxi blinked, saying softly, Brother He Tu's injuries are healed, it is worth celebrating, but I feel like we are quite far apart. Brother He Tu has the purple thorn token now, you can freely leave and enter the second inner city. Are you currently staying at Nanchu Garden? Shang Xinxi was very chatty. From deep in her heart, she felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her, thus she had many things to say. In a foreign environment, people subconsciously found a sense of security from people they know. Fang Yuan knew her mental state, initiating, yes, I am staying at Nanchu Garden, when you are free, you can come over to visit. Shang Clan City is huge, we can go shopping together. Shang Xinxi's eyes glowed brightly, happily nodding. Xiao Dai was beside her, happily shouting, it has been so boring stay at home these days. After Fang Yuan regained his looks, Xiao Dai no longer found him so scary. Soon after, Shang Yanfei brought Shang Xinxi away, being the first to leave the place. The young masters lost the restraint on them, and started to show their true colors. Many gave invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not reject them but promised to visit when he had time. These were all empty promises. When everyone started leaving, the two also went back to Nanchu Garden. Are you happy now? Bai Ningbing went to Fang Yuan, laughing coldly. Happy about what? HMPH, you know the answer, do you really want me to say it? Being in Shang Clan City, some things were not meant to be said, it would hurt both parties. Fang Yuan smiled and did not respond. Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan with a flickering gaze. I have to admit, I underestimated you. Even though I want to chop you into pieces, I greatly admire your tactics. She paused, then continued. Let's not beat about the bush, under what conditions will you return the Yangji Yu to me? Hee hee. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing looking for him meant she had lost her bearings. Shang Xinxi's matter had a great impact on her, this was no doubt a chance. Since she wanted to lay their cards on the table, so be it. Thus, Fang Yuan said, we are both smart people, if you were in my spot, what would you do? Bai Ningbing immediately gave a cold snort, her eyes closing into a line, as she shot daggers with her gaze. Let me warn you, do not go overboard. Otherwise, I will disregard the consequences and act, let's see who loses out more then. Fang Yuan laughed. You are right, I have been thinking these days, we each hold the other party's weakness. At this point, how can we struggle among ourselves and let a third party take advantage of our conflict? Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan continued. How about this, assist me to rank 5 peak stage, and I'll return the Yangji Yu to you. FCKU. The corner of Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, immediately snickering, you think I am an idiot like Shang Yazi? Rank 5 peak stage, I can't believe you have to face to say that. They agreed upon rank 3 earlier, but now it seems Fang Yuan was really going to go back on his words. Although Bai Ningbing was ready for it, seeing Fang Yuan's shameless smile, she felt anger rising in her. Bai Ningbing, don't be ungrateful, I saved your life. If I did not use the Yinji Yu, you would have perished on Qingmao Mountain long ago. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Bai Ningbing did not relent, immediately retorting, HMPH, if I did not block first generation GUU's hit for you, you would have died before me. On Bai GU Mountain, if I did not. That time you fell into the swamp, did I not save your life? The two bickered in the room, exchanging blows against each other until they both went silent. Their relationship was a huge mess already. But one thing was sure, they relied on each other's strength to arrive at Shangliang Mountain. If not for their mutual assistance, they would not have lived until today. The two fell into silence, as the atmosphere in the room became less tense. Next, what plans do you have? A moment later, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. Stay a few years in Shang Clan City, now that we have the token and primeval stones, we can get ourselves a set of complementary GU worms. You also fought against that Wei Yong, only when we have a set of GU worms can we display our true power. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted. At most, rank 4 peak stage. My contributions were high on Bai GU Mountain, you have to give me half of the primeval stones. Fang Yuan nodded. Okay, let's high-five as a promise. Bai Ningbing stared at him, furiously growling, you think I am a fool, high-five. Use the poison vow GU, poison vow, understand? Fang Yuan nodded. No problem, poison vow GU it is. Bai Ningbing squinted, a dangerous feeling emerging in her heart. Fang Yuan's quick response caused her to feel that she had been scammed. She seemed to have fallen into Fang Yuan's trap again. But, Fang Yuan's words shifted. But what? Bai Ningbing was extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan continued. From now on, if we have any gains, it will be split 3-7. You 30%, and me 70%. If we have any GU, I have choosing priority, I will use primeval stones to compensate you. This is my baseline, you must accept it. Bai Ningbing breathed out in relief, now this is Fang Yuan. If he did not have any terms, it would be too weird. She had traveled with him for so long, he had never lost out in a deal. This person was too devious, especially today, he caused Bai Ningbing's vigilance to surge to an all-time high. 3-7, this was too much. Especially when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was much higher than Fang Yuan. But if Fang Yuan did not list an overbearing condition, Bai Ningbing would have felt uneasy. She would think this person was scheming again. Thus, after Fang Yuan gave his terms, Bai Ningbing felt at ease. So be it, Bai Ningbing agreed immediately. Gains or benefits, she did not care about them. Her only goal was Yang Jiyu. After getting information from Dr. Su Shou, her final hope was crushed. The two conversed for an entire night. Bai Ningbing looked at the agreement over 10 times, finally concluding that Fang Yuan did not have any loopholes left to use. Thus on the second day, their first job was to buy the Poison Vow GU. Poison Vow GU was a rank 3 GU, with wide uses, almost every shop in 3rd Inner City sold it. One cost 4,500 primeval stones, and needed at least a yellow pair token. But when Fang Yuan showed the purple thorn token, the shopkeeper immediately cut the price by 1,500. Fang Yuan paid 3,000 and obtained the Poison Vow GU. The 9 tokens held differing discount for different GU. Let me refine it this time. Bai Ningbing immediately took the Poison Vow GU. She was very careful, personally refining the Poison Vow GU to prevent Fang Yuan from making sneaky moves. This Poison Vow GU had originally been refined by the shopkeeper already. With his assistance, Bai Ningbing spent 15 minutes to refine the GU and kept it for her own use. Does this shop sell the Primeval Elder GU? Bai Ningbing asked again. Shopkeeper shook his head, respectfully explaining that the Primeval Elder GU was a precious rank 3 GU, it would only be sold in auctions. But the two had the purple thorn token, they could easily pre-order it before an auction as long as it isn't a large size one. The auction zone in 3rd Inner City, Wei Yong had brought them there long ago. They easily got to the area, and spent 6,700 primeval stones to purchase the Primeval Elder GU. We spent 10,000 just like that. We shall split the cost of the Poison Vow GU, but the Primeval Elder GU's cost will come from you. Fang Yuan reminded. Such small details, I'm not going to nitpick. Bai Ningbing waved her hand, not interested in calculating. She had been used to spending casually, not caring about monetary fortune. In fact, she looked down on Fang Yuan's stingy behavior. Afraid of dragging on, the two returned to Nanchu Garden and used the Poison Vow GU. This way, a new agreement was established. According to the agreement, Fang Yuan distributed half of the 900,000 over primeval stones to Bai Ningbing, placing it in her Primeval Elder GU. Fang Yuan lost half his fortune, but gained an alliance mate Bai Ningbing. It was a worthwhile trade. And Bai Ningbing also saw hope in regaining the Yang GU. The two were wary of one another, scheming against each other. It was difficult to get to this stage where both was satisfied. Next, can you finally help and aid me in reaching rank 3? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. Bai Ningbing laughed smugly. Seeing Fang Yuan's ugly expression, she felt extremely happy. For the last few days, she had not helped Fang Yuan in cultivating. However, with the new agreement in place, it was another story altogether. Sure, I'll help you advance to rank 3 today. She agreed immediately. Chapter 273. Chapter 273, Advance to rank 3. Swish swish swish. In the aperture, the primeval sea ebbed and flowed. A gush of primeval essence crashed towards the aperture walls. The waves were like snow, shining in a silver light, brilliant beyond comprehension. This was the snow-silver primeval essence. In the room, Bai Ningbing's palms were stuck to Fang Yuan's back as the bone-flesh unity GU sent primeval essence continuously into Fang Yuan's aperture. Once the primeval essence was converted by the bone-flesh unity GU and became Fang Yuan's, he could utilize them. Fang Yuan used the endless amount of snow-silver primeval essence and assaulted his aperture walls. He was now rank 2 peak stage, his primeval essence was deep red, and his aperture walls were of a crystal form, transparent and shiny. Initially, in order to break through from rank 1 peak stage to rank 2 on Qingmao Mountain, he had to use primeval stones to help him, and after 3 to 4 days, he barely succeeded. It was an arduous process. When he tried to break through into rank 3, because of his talent, he had to use the man-beast life burial GU, an external force. But now, it was completely different. Not only because his aptitude had risen to a grade 90%, and no longer needed the man-beast life burial GU, he even had the assistance of Bai Ningbing. Human encounters were really mysterious and unpredictable. Even Fang Yuan did not see this coming. The tough crystal walls, under the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, started to develop cracks. The cracks grew rapidly, expanding and spreading. A moment later, the entire wall was filled with cracks. Crack crack. The crystal wall shattered, and numerous crystal fragments fell into the primeval sea, causing waves to splash. Soon after, these fragments turned into white spots, dispersing in the primeval sea. A brand new white light wall replaced the crystal wall. At the same time, a trace of light silver primeval essence appeared from deep within the sea. Light silver primeval essence, it was the symbol of rank 3 initial stage. At this point, Fang Yuan finally broke through rank 2 peak stage, and achieved rank 3. Not mentioning rank 6 GU Immortal, rank 3 was already in the middle spectrum of strength. Be it righteous or demonic, they were a strong force. After leaving Qingmao Mountain, in less than a year, I regained my rank 3 cultivation. This speed is over 3 times of when I was on Qingmao Mountain, and with my great aptitude, my future is bright. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, cheering in his heart. Looking at the time, only 6 hours passed. So fast. If he used his own effort, he could break through as well, but it would take 24 hours at least. Snow Silver Primeval Essence, it truly was the most effective. Checking his aperture once again. The Sea of Bone Spear GU, Spiral Bone Spear GU had all been sold. Over half of the deep red rank 2 peak stage Primeval Essence remained. Bai Ningbing's did not stop injecting her Primeval Essence. A gush of Snow Silver Primeval Essence fell from the sky like a waterfall into the Primeval Sea, and after some turbulence, it sank to the bottom of the sea. The higher the realm, the better the quality of the Primeval Essence. Red Steel Primeval Essence and Light Silver Primeval Essence could only be pushed up by the Snow Silver Primeval Essence. At the bottom of the Primeval Sea, a bone-like white and blue flower moved along with the sea currents. It was the rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. The movable Primeval Spring, able to produce 50 primeval stones a day. Beside the pure treasure lotus was the demonic blood skull GU. The blood-colored skull had 2 eye sockets, glowing with a purple flame. Near the blood skull GU, there was a crystal ball, staying motionless. Inside the crystal ball, there was a thick mist that formed into an old man that gave off an immortal aura. The old man carried a walking cane, with a thick beard on his face, showing a calm expression. It was the primeval elder GU. The old man was originally laughing and smiling, but after Fang Yuan took out half his primeval stones, his expression turned plain. There was also another jade pendant-like beetle fossil, half transparent and jade green, it gave off cooling air. It was the rank 2 clearing heat GU, used for curing poison. Close to them, there was also the charred thunder potato mother GU in a rice bag GU. On the surface of the sea, 4-flavor liquor worm played with the waves. Its fat body shone with red, blue, green and yellow, symbolizing spicy, bitter, sour and sweet, 4 flavors in total. In the air, there was the canopy GU and yang GU, playing around the snow silver waterfall. The canopy GU was like a giant ladybug, its half-round white shell having black spots. The yang GU however gave off a warm white light. His most important vital GU was still asleep, drawing the water from the river of time, to recover its body. Other than the GU in his aperture, there was still the bone-flesh unity GU, as a bracelet on his arm, as it formed into a bracelet tattoo. In his palm, there was the blood moon GU. On his tongue, there was the two-seed flower tattoo. On his left ear, the breath concealment GU. On his feet, the jumping grass GU. Flesh bone GU was Bai Ningbing's, it had been returned to her. Originally, there was a plunder GU that resembled a black beetle. Fang Yuan had used it to snatch the GU worms in Bai Ningbing's aperture, but it had died from lack of food during the caravan journey. These were all the GU Fang Yuan possessed. 1. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus has to be kept, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can still use it now, but when I reach rank 4, its use will be negligible. Blood Skull GU is useless to me now. To nurture my descendants, there is too much trouble in terms of time and effort. Back then, first generation GUU had no choice but to do it. I can change out this GU, after all, it is one of the inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. I might be able to get a good GU from the Treasure Realm. But Treasure Realm is the foundation of Shang clan, even if I had the Purple Thorn token I have to plan this carefully. Spring Autumn Cicada, Primeval Elder GU, and Bone Flesh Unity GU are definitely going to be kept. Blood Moon GU is easy to raise but does not have enough attack and cannot be used as a set. Tusita Flower should be changed too, there are better options available. I have to expose the Breath Concealment GU, but Jumping Grass has to be removed. It was kept as emergency in the first place. Other than this, I have lots of Strength GU to buy, and also Investigative Movement type GU. Now that our situation is stable, and I have gained the trust of Shang clan, I can try to interact with the gambling den. Fang Yuan considered his options. The GU on him were all gathered individually, they could not form into a set. And they did not even cover all grounds, severely affecting his battle strength. At Shang Clan City, they finally had time to develop themselves. He has to use this opportunity, and race against time, to get his GU worm set in 2 to 3 years. Creating his own battle style, as well as trying to raise his cultivation as high as possible. After that, the Three Kings' inheritance would start. Next would be the righteous demonic battle at Yitian Mountain, one that affected the entire southern border. It was a grand event, where brave warriors reigned supreme. If one did not have enough strength, they would be cannon fodder. If he had the qualification to join, using Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage, he would be able to gain great benefits. This subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. In the study room, Wei Yong kneeled. Shang Yanfei stopped writing, looking up. Wei Yong, there is only the two of us here, do not be restrained. Thank you for the seat, Clan Leader. Wei Yong sat at a nearby seat. Shang Yanfei laughed, as he recalled. You are still so rigid. Remember when we first met, before you dominated the battle stage, back when I was still a Shang clan young master. So many years have passed already, it was all thanks to your assistance that I became clan leader. This subordinate does not dare to claim credit. Wei Yong quickly stood up, cupping his fist. I am but a boor, only able to assist in terms of fighting. Clan leader is both intelligent and strong, I am merely the icing on the cake. He. Although I am intelligent and strong, I am still one person. Only with all of you, can I establish a force strong enough to dominate. 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms, a good leader needs his men, am I right? Shang Yanfei looked at Wei Yong with deep intentions. Wei Yong immediately realized that Shang Yanfei had a deeper meaning, but could not understand his meaning, only cupping his fists. This subordinate is ashamed. Shang Yanfei changed the topic. I had thought at first that Bai Ningbing was a girl pretending to be a guy, after all, many clans carry a male leader mentality. But today, I heard from Dr. Su Shou, Bai Ningbing asked her about the yin-yang rotation GU, it seems there is a hidden story behind this. But whether she is a guy or a girl, that is a small detail, it is no longer important. What is important, is whether she and that Fang Zheng would work for his Shang clan. Wei Yong was enlightened, this subordinate understands. As long as you understand, you may leave. Shang Yanfei waved his hand. This subordinate takes his leave. Seeing the study room's door close lightly, Shang Yanfei leaned back on his chair and closed his eyes. Fang and Bai were able to snatch the inheritance from Bai clan, and were able to escort Shang Xinxi back, it showed that they had both brains and brawn. They even had good aptitude, the report states they were rank 3. They were not even 20 yet, this truly was great talent. Most importantly, they knew how to repay kindness, this showed they had proper character, it made people feel at ease. And finally, they were not peasants, but were born as 2 clans' successor, they had the symbol of righteousness ingrained in them from birth. Shang Yanfei had been in power for so many years, and had seen many young talents, but very few moved his heart like these 2. But the reason Shang Yanfei wanted to recruit them, was not for himself, but for Shang Xinxi. He opened his eyes, and turned into a pillar of flame, disappearing from the study room. When he reappeared, he was at a huge walkway. At the 2 sides of the walkway, there were tall stone pillars. The ground was paved with a type of white silver-colored brick. Shang Yanfei stood beside the stone pillar, like an ant beside a pair of chopsticks. He walked slowly in the empty walkway, only the echo of his walking could be heard. After a while, he arrived at the end of the walkway. A giant red door was in front of him. The giant door was as tall as the walkway, over 30 meters tall. There was no handle on the door, instead there was the carving of a huge human face. The face protruded out of the door, and was sound asleep. The details of the carving was simply perfection. Shang Yanfei came before the door, and stared at the red door, saying in an annoyed tone, "Living treasure door, stop pretending to be asleep, what's the point? You've done this too many times." The face on the giant door immediately opened its eyes, staring at Shang Yanfei, complaining, "Sigh, little Fei Fei, you've grown up, you are not cute anymore." As it said so, it opened its huge mouth and a strong gust of wind blew, causing Shang Yanfei's hair to dance in the wind. Its voice was like thunder, as the echo reverberated in the walkway. Shang Yanfei's eyes twitched. "Stop your nonsense, I am here to exchange for treasure." Chapter 274. Chapter 274, Living Treasure Door. Exchange treasure. The face on the huge door made funny faces towards the tiny Shang Yanfei, teasing, "Little Fei Fei, are you going to take advantage of me again? I know we are old friends, but as the guardian of the treasure realm, I will not help you to steal from the inside. Although we are such old friends. How many times have I said it, can you change the way you call me?" Black lines appeared on Shang Yanfei's forehead. "Then what do I call you? Little Yan Yan, Little Yanfei or Little Yanzi?" Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand, helplessly saying, never mind, do whatever you want. Let's get back to business, I am really here for exchanging treasure." "Oh," the huge face dragged his words, evidently not satisfied yet. "Getting to business so soon, I wanted to talk more, this place is boring me to death." Shang Yanfei sighed. "I am very busy, living treasure door. You know I am the Shang clan leader, it is no longer like before." Sigh, "Never mind, every generation of clan leaders are like that. I thought you would be different. I have no requirements this time, I just want somebody to complain to, the eons of waiting truly makes me empty and lonely," living treasure door sighed gloomily. "You are a door, what loneliness can you have? Can't you just sleep?" Shang Yanfei's head was full of black lines. "Sleep, I can't fall asleep. You have no idea how hard it is to be alone," living treasure door started to blabber again. "I am not here to listen to your grudges, let's talk about business, real business." Shang Yanfei coughed. "Oh, then let's do that." Living treasure door's face became solemn. "Sure, if you want to exchange treasures, but I have a condition." It dragged its words again. Shang Yanfei had a bad feeling about this. He raised his eyebrows. "What condition? Don't tell me." "Ah, looking at your expression, you've guessed it. That's right, I want you to dig my nose, dig my nose." Living treasure door screamed excitedly. "Dig my nose, dig my, dig." The loud voice continued to echo in the walkway. Shang Yanfei's forehead was popping with veins. "Scoundrel, you're trying this again. My nose is really itchy, I can't breathe properly. I have no hands, I cannot dig my nose myself like you humans, I am so pitiful. Ah, little Fei Fei, my good friend, please help me, please dig my nose. As a reward, I will give you my treasured booger." Living treasure door sang out in a poetic tone. "Hey, enough is enough." Shang Yanfei clenched his fists, screaming out after he could control himself no longer. Living treasure door snorted, giving a, "What can you do to me, look." Then it started to chant. "Dig my nose, dig my nose. Dig my nose, dig my nose or no treasure for you. Dig my nose and you are a good boy." The voice shook the air and caused the entire walkway to shake. Shang Yanfei lowered his head, supporting his forehead as the sounds of, "dig my nose," reverberated the walkway. All right, stop chanting, I'll do it okay." Shang Yanfei screamed out, completely helpless in his heart. Even if he is a rank 5 GU master, the lord of Shang clan, against the living treasure door, there was nothing he could do. After all, the treasure realm was left behind by Shang clan's ancestors, this was the work of a GU immortal beyond rank 5. "Oh yay!" Living treasure door cried out in triumph, then it urged, quickly, I can't wait anymore." Shang Yanfei's expression froze, as the corner of his eyes twitched, he stretched out his right hand. On the palm of his right hand, there was a tiny tattoo in the shape of a palm, blood red in color. He activated his primeval essence, and the blood tattoo flew out, turning into a giant bright red hand. Rank 5, Blood Handprint GU. Whoever is hit by this palm, be it birds, beasts, worms or fish, as long as they had blood flowing in them, they would turn into a puddle of blood. It had great strength and a threatening effect. Shang Yanfei used it to dominate the southern border, establishing his fierce name. But right now, he used the blood handprint to satisfy living treasure door's weird request. Digging its nose. The bright red palm turned into a fist, then stretched out its index finger, and entered the living treasure door's nostrils. Living treasure door hummed. Yes, that's it. Ah, it feels so good. Deeper, that's right, a little deeper. More strength please, it feels better if you're rougher. Oh, that was too good. Little Fei Fei, your technique is superb. Chew. Living treasure door opened its mouth, sneezing loudly. Numerous red, yellow, blue, and green booger were blown out. If one looked properly, the red one was Typhoon Mountain Pepper, a godlike extinct refinement aiding material. The yellow was Worry Soil, one of the ingredients used to refine a rank 6 GU. The blue was Ice Heart, only at the center of a 10-million-year-old ice mountain can one of these grow. The green was the Grass Skirt GU, rank 5 without any defensive ability, but once a GU master uses it, it can give them a grass skirt that is able to absorb primeval energy from the air, replenishing the primeval essence in the aperture rapidly. Alright, my breathing is smooth again. These booger are your gift. I do not want to eat them again, that is too disgusting. Living treasure door sniffed after sneezing, feeling extremely satisfied. Shang Yanfei kept these items, before sighing, can we get to business now? Of course, what does little Fei Fei want? Living treasure door's mood was much better. I remember that there is still a rank 5 man triumphing heaven GU, I want to exchange for it. Shang Yanfei replied. Living treasure door showed a curious gaze. Man triumphing heaven GU, it has the ability to defy heaven and change fate, forcefully awakening an aperture for those mortals without cultivating talent. This GU is extremely precious, little Fei Fei, although we have a close friendship, and you have dug my nose many times, the treasure realm's rules cannot be defied. If you want to exchange for this GU, you will need to offer a GU with even greater value to the treasure realm. Can you stop mentioning the digging of your nose? Shang Yanfei's veins were popping as he called out a GU. This GU was like a baby's palm, tender and plump, while clear as crystal. There were red blood veins within the palm, causing the palm to emit a ghostly aura. Living treasure door saw this GU and exclaimed, you are giving up the blood handprint GU. Little Fei Fei, I remember this as one of your most useful GU. Weren't you collecting the blood sea inheritance? Have you given up your aspiration from young? Shang Yanfei sighed helplessly. The total number of blood sea inheritances are almost uncountable, yet the true inheritances are hidden among them, the difficulty is simply too high. Even if I use the Shang clan to investigate, after all these years, I have only gotten 2 of them. I want the man triumphing heaven GU, but my other precious GU cannot be given up, I have to temporarily sacrifice the blood handprint GU. Someday, I might come back to redeem it. Shang Yanfei's GU worms were mostly from the blood sea inheritance, causing him to specialize in the bloodline path. Because of this, when Shang Xinxi entered Shang Clan City, he could detect it immediately. Okay then, since you've made your decision. Living treasure door opened its mouth, and swallowed the blood handprint GU. Gulp. With a loud sound, the blood handprint GU entered the treasure realm. Next, it regurgitated, and opened its mouth, throwing up 1 GU. This GU was like a 1,000-year ginseng, with many roots and a yellow body. Its luster was dim, as the upper part resembled a body, but the lower part diverged, like a pair of legs. This was the man triumphing heaven GU. Quickly refine it. Once out of the treasure realm, in 3 breaths, this GU will regain its wild nature. It will be too difficult to refine it then. Living treasure door urged. Shang Yanfei nodded, and activated his purple crystal primeval essence, instantly refining this man triumphing heaven GU. With this GU, I can awaken Seer's aperture. Now, I just need a few more GU to raise her aptitude, and assist her to cultivate. Then, I can recruit Fang and Bai, to act as her wings. Seer, I will make sure you are happy, but in this world, strength is the prerequisite to all happiness. Shang Yanfei kept the man triumphing heaven GU, as his emotions surged. I am leaving, living treasure door. He said to the door. Hey, so soon. Stay and talk to me, I am really bored to death. Living treasure door anxiously asked. But the blood flames flickered, and Shang Yanfei vanished. Ah, this scoundrel, he left me alone again. I am so pitiful, so bored, so tired. Living treasure door's grumblings could be heard echoing in the walkway. Another feast with fine wine and delicious food, as people interacted in a heated atmosphere. Brother Wei, Brother Xiao Yan, come, another glass. Fang Yuan stood up and shouted loudly as he raised his glass, while Bai Ningbing watched emotionlessly as she ate her food. Wei Yong, Xiao Yan raised their glasses at the same time, as the three glasses collided roughly, causing the wine to spill all over the table and dishes. Back at the battle zone, Fang Yuan wanted to treat them to dinner, but Xiao Yan took the initiative to do so. This time, he kept his word, inviting these two to a feast at a huge restaurant. To think that brother Fang Zheng would be the one who saved Shang clan leader's precious daughter. Good people truly get rewarded. Purple thorn token, hee, I am extremely envious. Xiao Yan was a cheerful and honest person, not hiding his envy at all. He had lived in Shang clan city for many years, he knew what the purple thorn token entailed. Wei Yong put down his glass. What are the two of you going to do from now on? Fang Yuan then answered. We plan to stay in Shang clan city for a while, and sell the useless GU we have. Next, we will buy a set of complimentary GU worms. Excellent, that is the proper thing to do. If you did not have such plans, I would have reminded you to do so anyway. Wei Yong raised his thumb as he cheered in his heart. Fang and Bai staying here meant that there was a greater chance of recruiting them. If the both of you do not mind, you can tell us your plans. Big brother Wei is very knowledgeable, he can give you good advice. My fire GU path was also recommended by Big brother Wei. Xiao Yan said at the corner. Chapter 275. Chapter 275, Strength Path and Ice Path. Nurture, use and refinement, those were the three aspects of a GU master's cultivation. No matter which aspect, they were extremely profound, and each contained knowledge that was wide as the sea. Many people spent their entire lives without venturing fully into one of them. Please advise me, brother Wei. At the feast, Fang Yuan cupped his fists. We hit it off so well, I shall not beat around the bush. Wei Yong cleared his throat, before officially teaching. From the general aspect, GU masters are split into 9 ranks, rank 1 to 5 are mortal, while 6 to 9 are immortal. Among 10 million GU masters, not even one might become an immortal. It is too tough to become one, even recognized geniuses may not reach it. But let's not talk about immortals, but focus on mortals. The 5 mortal ranks, rank 1 and 2 are beginners, and rank 4 to 5 are a high-level fighting force. Rank 3 is in the middle, it is what connects the two. By this point, both of you are already full-fledged GU masters. Rank 3 is the most important stage, because here, you will build upon your foundations, and choose the right direction to advance. It will definitely result in a better future for you. By rank 3, a GU master's strength is already a force to be reckoned with. In many villages, rank 3 are clan elders. At this stage, the GU master has to determine the direction they want to go, and create a set of GU worms along that line. If you want to be a support GU master, your GU worms will be mainly storage type. If you want to be an investigative GU master, the core of your GU worms will be investigative types. If you want a future in GU refinement, you can choose to work on existing recipes to create your own new recipe. If someone likes to plot, they can collect thinking assist type GU worms, like the lightning thoughts GU or the immortal showing the way GU. Wei Yong introduced again. The so-called direction refers to attack, defense, healing, storage, movement, and investigative, the 6 aspects. Healing GU masters were known as doctors, having a grand status. Storage GU masters were support GU masters, every force and clan needed them. Wei Yong was a movement type GU master, his core GU worm was the Rainbow Light GU. Of course, other than these 6, there were other smaller branches. Like a GU master specializing in substitute refinement, they had GU worms that increased refinement speed or helped to weaken the GU worm's will. Or maybe those GU masters who specialized in catching GU, they were good at finding and capturing wild GU worms. All in all, by rank 3, GU masters would have started to classify into their specific classes, and they become more specialized, becoming an expert in one domain. Saying so, Wei Yong paused, then looked at Fang and Bai, asking, have both of you thought about your advancement direction? Attack, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing said at the same time with no hesitation. The two were focused on attack, they had an inborn fighting nature, and could not be easily subdued. Wei Yong nodded, not surprised at all, he had seen many people, and could guess their choices. He continued. Then next, you have to choose GU worms, and form a set, a group of GU worms that chains into one system. Forming a set of GU worms had many benefits. Firstly, in terms of feeding, similar GU worms had similar requirement for food, it was easier to collect, store and trade for these food. Next, in terms of use, GU worms could be used together and increase their ability or cover up their weaknesses. For example, Wei Yang's Rainbow Light GU had great expenditure issues, but using the light source GU, it reduced the weakness. Lastly, in terms of refinement, placing similar GU worms together to refine them into higher ranks, it not only saves money, but also has higher chances of success compared to refining an array of GU worms. Both of you chose attack, then without doubt, an attack type GU will have to be your core. Other GU worms will have to support this core. Take for example Little Xiao, he chose the red fire GU as his main attack method, then I advised him to use the duplicate GU, to increase the number of his flames. I next chose the enlarge GU, causing the flame to enlarge in size and become stronger. After that, I chose the fire source GU, to reduce his primeval essence expenditure. Lastly, I chose the fire discharge GU, as his movement type GU. Wei Yong patted Xiao Yan's shoulders as he said. Xiao Yan purposely showed a bitter expression. Big brother Wei, you dug up all my secrets. Wei Yong did not mind it. Haha, your secrets are well known to everyone. Among the people in the battle stage now, who does not know what GU you own? Wei Yong then turned to Fang Yuan. It is no matter even if your GU worms are exposed, as long as you pair it well, you can deal with all situations. Your core GU worm is the foundation of the entire set. Have you thought of what attack type GU worms you want to use as your core? Fang Yuan clenched his fist. Before this, I have already used many GU to raise my strength. Strength is my advantage, I want to continue on it, and crush my foes with overwhelming strength. Bai Ningbing said the name of a GU, Frost Demon GU. Speaking of which, Bai Ningbing had a rank 3 Frost Demon GU in the past, it allowed the GU Master to turn into the Frost Demon, Bai Ningbing had a great compatibility with it. But during the battle with GU Yu Qingshu, it was destroyed. This caused Bai Ningbing to still have lingering emotions towards the GU. Wei Yong heard this and frowned. You want to go on the strength path and ice path. For ice path, the advantage lies in defense. Frost Demon GU, Snow Fairy GU, Ice Crystal GU, these are the three most famous transformation type GU. Frost Demon GU and Snow Fairy GU are for women, while Ice Crystal GU is more suited for men. As for Fang Zheng's strength path, Wei Yong shook his head. I'm not trying to discourage you, but this would not work. The strength path is the most common route people choose. Why is that? Because it is cheap and affordable, most of the GU related to the strength path are cheap, but because of this, the GU masters do not stand out and are very ordinary. I'll tell you the truth, I tried the strength path in the past, but wasted a lot of primeval stones later to remove the increased strength in my body. Most demonic GU masters lack resources, and use the strength path as a stepping stone. But brother Fang Zheng, you have the purple thorn token and hundreds of thousands of primeval stones, you do not have to take this narrow path, the strength path makes it hard to succeed in life. Hearing Wei Yang's words, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other, nodding. Wei Yong smiled, he did not waste his efforts. Xiao Yan laughed too. After hearing brother Wei's words, I have gained much insight as well. Brother Wei makes sense, but I still want to walk on the strength path. Fang Yuan cupped his fist. Yes, I have decided to give up on the Frost Demon GU, and choose the Ice Crystal GU. Beside him, Bai Ningbing also made her decision. Huh, Wei Yang's smile froze on his face. Hey, did you listen to what he said at all? Xiao Yan shouted. Bai Ningbing smiled as determination shone across her eyes. Precisely because the Ice Crystal GU is suited for males, that is why I chose it, hey. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. I am thankful to Brother Wei for the advice, but I still like the strength path. Others might not achieve success out of it, but if I can, doesn't that show my superiority? Ha ha ha, challenges lie in difficulty, and there is only a sense of accomplishment if there is a challenge. I was hesitant before, but now that Brother Wei has said it, I am definitely choosing this. Choosing the strength path was part of Fang Yuan's plans, it involves the Three Kings' inheritance in a few years. Of course, he cannot mention that to anyone. You too, Xiao Yan stared in a daze, unsure of what to say. This you have to reconsider, this is not a joke. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, his tone was anxious, he did not expect his heartfelt advice to work in the opposite direction. No need to say anything else Brother Wei, paths are made by men, my decision is final. Ha ha ha, let's continue drinking. Fang Yuan said, showing his determination, causing Wei Yong to swallow his words. Sigh, Wei Yong lifted his glass helplessly, but swore in his heart, that he had to convince them otherwise. Especially this Fang Zheng, he was truly messing around. Treating his future as a game, he should not do this. At this rate, it would put his superior aptitude to waste. Wei Yong really could not stand it. He had to quickly adjust Fang Zheng's mindset. This was a future star that the clan leader wanted to recruit. After the banquet ended, and the nagging Wei Yong left together with Xiao Yan, Fang and Bai arrived at the GU shop. After showing their purple thorn token, Bai Ningbing spent 28,000 primeval stones and bought the rank 3 ice crystal GU. Fang Yuan chose a rank 2 brown bear innate strength GU, spending 4,100 primeval stones. You really intend to make the ice crystal GU your vital GU? Out of the shop, Fang Yuan frowned and asked. Bai Ningbing knew what he truly meant. She was rank 3 peak stage. If she advanced further, it would be rank 4 realm. She can totally purchase a rank 4 GU worm in advance instead. But Bai Ningbing shook her head, her expression grim. I do not intend to advance to rank 4. Just yesterday, I found that my aptitude rose by 1% again. The northern dark ice soul physique was a curse coiling around Bai Ningbing. As she continued to cultivate, Bai Ningbing's aptitude would eventually return to 100%, regaining the 10 extreme physique status. Thus, she would rather give up on advancing. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence had better quality than white silver primeval essence. It could nurture the aperture better and would cause Bai Ningbing's aptitude to recover more quickly. Fang Yuan's steps halted. Is that so? In that case, you can't live without the Yang GU in my hands. He, maybe you can go to Feng Yu Manor and ask them. They specialize in selling information, they might have what you need. You are not going with me. Bai Ningbing stopped, looking at Fang Yuan. I am going to walk around the gambling den. Fang Yuan laughed. All right. Seeing Bai Ningbing walk away, Fang Yuan's smile vanished. He returned to the shop. Shopkeeper, I forgot to buy some things earlier, do you have them? He gave a list. Shopkeeper did not dare to make a purple thorn token owner wait. He quickly looked at the list and nodded. Yes, esteemed guest, we have them all. Good, prepare one portion for me, immediately. Yes. A moment later, he walked out of the back door of the shop, and went into another path, going to a lower level and arriving at the gambling den. Now then, let me see that sealed legendary GU fossil. Moving according to his memories, Fang Yuan entered an extravagant gambling den. Chapter 276. Chapter 276, Stellar Stone. It was a black rock. The size of a person's face, the black rock's surface glowed with bits of blue light. At one glance, it resembled the stars shining in the night sky. This was a stellar stone. But different from the surrounding stellar stones, this one was cubic and looked like a brick. But this rock, buried in a pile, was that legendary GU that someone obtained. And that lucky person, from someone unknown, he became a famous strength path GU master, all due to this GU, causing everyone to look in envy. Fang Yuan stood here, observing the surroundings, instantly understanding why no one cared about this rock. This was an extravagant large-sized gambling den, and had great business. Although it was third inner city, there was human crowd around it. Gambling rocks were classified into 5 categories: scrap, low, medium, high, and super grade. At scrap grade, each rock was sold for over 10 primeval stones. Low-grade rocks were around 100 primeval stones, medium grade were 1,000, high grade were 10,000, and super grade were a few 100,000 per piece. And this stellar stone was of scrap grade. Scrap grade gambling rocks were the ones most looked down on. Most were solid on the inside. Even if there was a GU, it was mostly dead carcasses. Especially after the demonic GU master Wei Shenjing's appearance, it caused the scrap-grade rocks' market value to be severely affected. Wei Shenjing was skilled at creating counterfeit items, called the counterfeit master by people. He had once sold large amounts of counterfeit scrap-grade gambling rocks, causing almost all large clans to post his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was hated by everybody. This caused the scrap-grade gambling rocks to become even more unpopular, but it was not completely ignored. Sometimes, when GU masters were in the mood when they were shopping, they would engage in small gambles for fun. Buying a few scrap-grade gambling rocks, just for entertainment. Other than that, professional gamblers also used them for practice. After all, scrap-grade gambling rocks were cheap. To some GU masters, there was no pain in losing the gamble. But the problem was, this is third inner city. Here, most GU masters were rank 3. Rank 3 was clan elder level. At this stage, most had their own assets. Even if they were practicing, they would choose low-grade rocks which had a much higher chance of winning. Scrap-grade rocks were an insult to them. Despite so, in such a large gambling den, which was overflowing with people, there were certain GU masters who had their attention on these scrap rocks. But still, how would they guess that the stellar stone used to support a leg of this counter would hide a legendary GU worm? Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar stone was used to fix a shaky counter, placed below one of its legs. People moved about, but who would notice an ordinary counter out of tens of rows of counters at the scrap rock area? These counters were filled with scrap-grade rocks, one piled on top of another. They were so cheap it was like the rows of vegetables and fruits in a market back on Earth. None of the GU masters who came here placed their sights on these scrap-grade gambling rocks. Thus, this stellar stone became unnoticed, and eventually gathered a layer of dust, causing it to be even more unappealing. No one knew when this stellar stone started being used as counter support, but during this period, an uncountable number of people walked past it daily. Until one day, a down-and-out GU master came here and tripped at this counter. To be honest, this GU master should be blamed for not looking at where he's going. The counter was an inanimate object, so many GU masters walked past it daily, but no one had ever been tripped by it. Like a lamppost, it stood straight on the street, being no obstacle to men, but some people tend to knock onto it for no reason. Can you blame the lamppost for that? But no matter what world it is, reasons do not resolve arguments, only strength does. A farmer raised a rooster, but it was so noisy the farmer could not get his nap. Feeling angered, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was seemingly nothing wrong with that. No matter which world, the stronger person only had to relent a little to resolve conflicts. But the eventual settlement of the issue would often result in the stronger person not giving in, and the weaker person would pay a heavy price. The GU master was tripped. Even though he did not fall down, he was angry. He vented his anger on this piece of rock. Since you dared to trip me, I will slice you open. Thus, the GU master bought this rock, and dissected it in public. And then, the legendary GU appeared in this world. It was a very dramatic incident, but precisely because it was so dramatic that people passed around the story in Fang Yuan's previous life. And now, this incident has not happened yet. This stellar stone was still used as a counter support, quietly and silently awaiting its fate. And Fang Yuan's feet was only 2 inches from it. Dear customer, is this your first time here? A clerk walked over, seeing Fang Yuan's dazed expression. He was not aware Fang Yuan was looking at this rock with the corner of his eye. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, saying, yeah, I guess. If he did not consider his previous life, this was the second time he was at a gambling den. Newbie, easy to trick. The clerk's smile became extremely bright. Please come inside. To speak the truth, the rocks here are the cheapest, but nothing cheap is good. They have core quality, and are of all shapes and sizes. What can you get out of them? Let me introduce for you, customer. Oh, then talk. Fang Yuan's eyebrows raised as he followed the clerk into the gambling den. Customer, do you know how gambling rocks are formed? The clerk walked ahead as he looked back and asked. Before Fang Yuan replied, he answered already. As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings, GU is the essence of heaven and earth. Man has great inspiration and thus are able to innovate. They have the highest intelligence, and can create many things, many new GU worms that do not originate from nature. GU is the essence of heaven and earth. They have little intelligence, but their tiny bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth always leaves a chance of survival. Some GU worms get gravely injured, or run out of food, they might go into hibernation. Through long periods of time, a rock layer would form around their bodies. The rock gets thicker, and thicker, until it gains substantial mass. As time passes, more and more layers form, until a fossil is created. These rocks wrap around the GU worms, and due to the influence of the law fragments in the GU worms, they become different from other rocks, and look very different compared to the surrounding soil. People find these fossils, and collect them. This is the truth of the gambling rock that you see before you. Fang Yuan nodded. As he walked, he answered, I've heard of the story of the gambling rock before. The deeper he went into the gambling den, the more GU masters he saw. Many GU masters were picking rocks, or discussing quietly. The gambling stage and empty spaces felt even more silent due to the soft discussions. The clerk calmly said, since customer wants to gamble, you cannot be rash about it. We might be a gambling den, but we do not scam our customers. We have to let you gamble with a peace of mind, and be informed about your decisions. Here, we sell old man stones, pushing cart stones, stellar stones, cold ice stones. Each rock are split into 5 grades according to quality, and have different prices. It ranges from over 100,000 to a few primeval stones. Customer, the area you were at earlier was the cheapest scrap grade area. I did not recommend you to buy from there because the quality there is the worst. Let's take the stellar stone for example. In the stellar stone, starlight type GU are the most commonly seen. These GU contain the law of the stars, thus, the fossil develops markings that resembles shining stars. Among star-type GU, the most commonly seen are the rank 1 star dart GU, thus the fossil would become the shape of a dart. If it is the star arrow GU, the fossil would be long and have a pointy tip and a spreading end. There is also the shooting star GU, the fossil would be round but carries a tail. There is a very high chance of having a GU within rocks of these shapes. Of course, other than the appearance, there are many other elements, like the number of shining stars. The more there are, the more likely there is a GU within, and the higher rank it could be. Customer, what you are seeing now, are medium-grade rocks. You will discover that better-grade rocks are better. Of course, the price is steeper. Yes, that is indeed so. Fang Yuan casually remarked. The clerk used a proud tone as he said, "Our shop has the most talented rock dissecting masters, they have at least 20 years of experience. There is a Master Duan, he specializes in using acid to dissect the rocks, having over 50 years of experience. I strongly advise you to dissect the rock in our shop after choosing your gambling rock. The rock dissecting master are professionals, and they have a set of GU worms specially used to dissect rocks. The method of dissecting has to be appropriate, like for the stellar stone, magnetism should be used. For old man stone, acid should be used. If there is a GU within the gambling rock, they are extremely weak. If a wrong method is used to excavate them, it can deal a fatal blow to them, it would be too late then. Customer, if you choose rocks from the high and super grade area, we can dissect the rock for you for free. If you choose from low or medium grade, you will have to pay yourself. For scrap grade, we do not advise you to waste money hiring a dissecting master. The cost of hiring him would greatly exceed the price of the rocks itself." Back on Qingmao Mountain, when Jia clan caravan came, Fang Yuan once dissected the purple gold rock for himself. But his method was simply brute force. Thankfully, the purple gold rock was softer, the mudskin toad had a strong life force, of course, it also had to do with Fang Yuan's great experience. Rock dissecting cannot be done through brute force, it would easily murder the GU worm inside. If Fang Yuan wanted to dissect rocks, he would need to employ the rock dissecting masters in this shop. After one round, Fang Yuan chose a few rocks at the low-grade area. Old man stones, pushing cart stones, and stellar stones, a few of each. The clerk was disappointed, after spending so much effort in speaking and encouraging, trying to convince Fang Yuan to buy a few high-grade rocks, but how could Fang Yuan fall for this? Getting this result after such a long time, the clerk spoke listlessly, "Dear customer, do you have a token? If it is a yellow pair token and above, there are discounts available. Please show me your token if you have one." Soon after, his expression changed, as he opened his mouth wide, his eyes about to fall off. Purple thorn token, oh my god. Chapter 277. Chapter 277, Vigilance and Endurance. The purple thorn token was letting out a dreamy and illusionary light. The clerk stared at this token closely, his expression sluggish as he was lost for words. After a long while, he came back to his senses and respectfully said, "Esteemed guest, please forgive me for being blind. Please wait a moment, I will go call the shopkeeper." The shopkeeper was a middle-aged white fatty who ran in flustering when he heard a purple thorn token holder appeared. He immediately bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. "Esteemed guest, your presence brings light to this little shop." Fang Yuan pointed at the rocks he chose and said indifferently, "I have chosen some rocks, I will have to trouble you guys to dissect them." The shopkeeper was stupefied when he looked at the rocks, how could they all be low grades? He could not help quickly glancing at the clerk with a reproachful gaze. "Those with purple thorn tokens are all important characters, big clients, you actually let him choose these rocks." The clerk stood uneasily at the side, words stuck at his throat. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Fang Yuan. "Esteemed guest, you don't need to worry about dissecting the rocks. Purple thorn token holders can have rocks dissected free of charge in rock gambling zone. After calculating the discounts for these rocks, it comes down to 650 primeval stones. I know the rock gambling rules, pay first before dissecting the rocks." Fang Yuan nodded and took out the primeval stones from primeval elder GU. The shopkeeper swiftly received the primeval stones and turned towards the clerk. Go and call Great Master Duan, Master Huang, Master Zhang, Master Zhao and Master Ma here quickly. He then turned towards Fang Yuan. Esteemed guest, rock dissection counter is inside, let's wait there. The 5 old masters at dissecting rocks were resting at the small courtyard behind the rock gambling den. At their levels, they couldn't be bothered with dissecting normal gambling rocks. Those in charge of dissecting normal rocks were their disciples or some young GU masters. The clerk ran all the way to the courtyard and explained the purpose of his visit. Oh, requesting all 5 of us to go. The 5 old masters' gaze shone with radiance. Could it be someone bought those few super-grade gambling rocks? The old masters immediately felt their hands itching. The clerk shook his head. It is only some low-grade gambling rocks. The old master's expressions changed into an unhappy one. Great Master Duan snorted coldly. Asking them to dissect low-grade gambling rocks was simply an insult and contempt towards their identities. But the clerk immediately followed. The person has a very high status and possesses the purple thorn token. So the shopkeeper intentionally asked me to call all 5 masters. What? Purple thorn token? Are you sure? Shang clan has existed for thousands of years, but the number of purple thorn tokens it has given out is mere a few hundred. And now, someone who holds a purple thorn token appears. Quickly, what are you being dazed for? The 5 GU masters hurriedly ran out of the courtyard and walked up the platform. On the work platform, the young rock dissecting masters got a little shock, and quickly greeted them. The old masters waved their hands and made these juniors get down from the platform. This scene quickly attracted the bystanders' attention and soon many gazes were casted here. The curious nature of people aroused and they began discussing in whispered tones. What is going on here? All 5 masters have appeared together, this is a rarely seen sight. Could it be someone bought a batch of super-grade gambling rocks? Fang Yuan was accompanied by the shopkeeper and was already before the rock dissection counter with the crowd. However, he did not go forward, and just gazed from afar to maintain a low profile. But the 5 old masters were astute and saw the shopkeeper following a young man like an attendant. How could they still not recognize Fang Yuan's identity? However, Fang Yuan remained gazing from afar and did not walk towards the platform. The 5 old masters thought, it seems this young master doesn't want to show off. This was also normal. Many people behaved the same before dissecting rocks because they would have no face if they lost the gamble. I have to do this properly and leave behind a deep impression in this esteemed guest. Having a connection with someone of higher status would be great. The 5 old masters were all scheming in their mind and rubbing their hands, eager to try it out at that thought. The rocks Fang Yuan chose was delivered by the clerk. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes when they saw these rocks. What? These are only some low-grade rocks. I am not seeing it wrongly, right? These damaged rocks. Making the old masters dissect low-grade gambling rocks, this is simply an insult to them. But what made them even more surprised and stare with their eyes wide open was the following scene. The 5 old masters held these gambling rocks and placed them carefully on the stone platform. Their expressions were very serious as they did this, then they summoned their respective GU worms and began dissecting the rocks. Most of the 5 old masters were at rank 2 peak stage while Great Master Duan was the only one in rank 3. For a moment, the appearance of different GU worms stunned the crowd. What in the world is going on? Could it be these rocks have a long history behind them and aren't as simple as they look? I have never seen the 5 old masters look this cautious and serious. On the platform, GU worms flew about as the 5 old masters showed off their unique methods. Great Master Duan, whose cultivation was the highest, was known as a great expert in dissecting rocks in the rock gambling den. He specialized in using acid to dissect rocks. He took out a king-sized bowl, then summoned a snake GU which spurted out acidic liquid into the bowl. He then carefully put a gambling rock into the acid. Bubbles continuously formed and popped in the acid. After quite a while, with his hands covered in a layer of light, he took out the gambling rock which had shrunk by half. He then placed it into another type of acid. Master Zhang used magnetism to dissect the rocks. His palms faced each other and the gambling rock was put in between them. The gambling rock floated in air and bits of rocks was continually extracted by the power of magnetism. As for other masters, one called out a frog GU which used its tongue to lick the gambling rock. Another used fire to roast the rock, and another controlled a small whirlwind to cut down the gambling rock. The group of young rock dissecting GU masters watched from behind the old masters with a stunned gaze. Why was there a need for such a great fanfare for some low-grade gambling rocks? It was simply using an ox cleaver to carve a chicken or using a talented person for an insignificant task. Could it be the old masters have some hidden intent for doing this? It won't do, I need to observe it properly. The results, however, made everyone flabbergasted. After the dissection, these low-grade gambling rocks didn't have anything impressive, it was either solid rock or hollow inside, there was not even a dead GU. What the? I thought there was something special going on. So they were all ordinary low-grade rocks. Why were these old masters in such a hurry for? They really wasted my time. The surrounding spectators were greatly disappointed and stormed out. The shopkeeper's face paled as he heard these remarks. In the past, he would have been really happy if the gamblers didn't get any GU worms from the gambling rocks they chose. But now, he really wished he could stuff in some GU worms inside the rocks. Purple thorn token holders could not be easily offended. He cautiously looked at Fang Yuan, thinking of something to say to comfort him. However, Fang Yuan was smiling. No matter, it seems my luck isn't good today, so I will stop now. I will come again another time. The shopkeeper and the clerk respectfully accompanied Fang Yuan towards the door. They were even thinking of accompanying him out to the streets, but were stopped by Fang Yuan. Only after Fang Yuan's figure disappeared in the street, did the shopkeeper lift up his bent back. He turned towards the clerk and gave a strong knock on his head, scolding him for neglecting an esteemed guest. The clerk rubbed his head in pain, but did not dare to say anything. Fang Yuan's purpose in coming here today was only to probe. Now, since he found his target, his visit today was already achieved. But he couldn't directly take the stellar stone out, he would have to take twists and turns. Fang Yuan needed to dissect the stellar stone to get the GU, but he didn't have any ways to dissect it by himself. Collecting a set of specialized rock dissecting GU worms would be too much of a waste, thus he would have to let the old GU masters in the rock gambling den take care of it. It would only lead to a commotion if the old GU masters dissected the rock in front of everybody. And requesting them to secretly dissect the rock by using purple thorn token was also not appropriate and would only create suspicions. If Fang Yuan got a legendary GU worm right off the start, it would mean his luck was way too good. Fang Yuan had no doubts of the huge influence of Shang clan. With the recent investigation on him, Shang Yanfei probably knew about Fang Yuan winning the Mudskin Toad in rock gambling in Jia clan's caravan. Winning a Mudskin Toad on his first gamble and a legendary GU in his next, a smart man like Shang Yanfei would definitely be suspicious. The profits involved in rock gambling was huge. If Shang Yanfei doubted Fang Yuan had some ways to check if the rocks had GU worms in them or not, he was bound to be tempted and even make his move. Fang Yuan had no such methods, but no matter what, some GU worms on him could never be exposed. Especially spring-autumn cicada, and on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei was not the main threat. The real main threat were the rank 6 GU masters. Almost all the overlord-level forces had rank 6 GU masters behind them. When a GU master reached rank 6, they would dwell in deep seclusion and rarely come out. One secluded cultivation could last for dozens of years. It was all because their strength would continue to experience a qualitative change and they had their own problems to take care of. But it would all change if spring-autumn cicada was exposed. These rank 6 GU masters were bound to come charging in. A little impatience can spoil great plans. Fang Yuan was cautious by nature. How could he make such big mistakes in these small places? He would put an end to all risks that could expose spring-autumn cicada, even if that meant there was a risk for the stellar stone to be discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the probability of the legendary GU being discovered was infinitesimally small. But even if it was discovered, Fang Yuan had already planned for it, and it was better than attracting suspicions on himself and risk the exposure of spring-autumn cicada. Now, I will stroll around the rock gambling zone for few days and buy some gambling rocks to leave behind an impression on people. Fang Yuan continued to scheme while walking back to Nanchu Garden. Bai Ningbing was already back from Fengyu Manor. I have been waiting for you. She took out the ice crystal GU and gave to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the aura of spring-autumn cicada to refine it, then threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing would help him in cultivation and he would help Bai Ningbing in refining GU. This was one of the terms in Poison Vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal GU and walked to a secret room to refine it. Fang Yuan also walked to another secret room and began refining a GU. The name of the GU, Eating One's Words. Chapter 278. Chapter 278, What Naivety. Starlight shone on the secret room. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on his mat and started refining his GU. After he parted with Bai Ningbing, he went to the shop again and bought all that he needed to refine the Eating One's Words GU. Of course, to prevent his secret recipe from being exposed and hide his true intentions, he bought some unnecessary materials as well. He willed, and summoned a GU. This GU was round like a ball, fist-sized and orange in color. The surface was wrinkled and thick, giving an unpleasant feeling at touch. This was a rank 1 smelly fart GU. Its only use was to emit a foul odor and possessed no attacking power. However, even though this GU has little to no use on its own, it was a widely used refinement material. Fang Yuan injected light silver primeval essence, causing the smelly fart goo's body to expand and float in the air. At the same time, he opened an urn in front of him. At once, a rotten smell spread on the room. In this urn, there was rotting swamp mud, black and gooey. This mud was also a widely used refinement material. Rice bag, go, Fang Yuan willed, and a seed flew out of his aperture. The seed was planted into the mud, and as his primeval sea level fell, dark green vines grew out of the rotten mud. The vines continued to extend and grow out of the urn. After around 60 centimeters, leaves started to grow on it. These leaves were bucket-shaped. They were small at first, but grew to the size of a bowl quickly. Fang Yuan peeled the leaf from the top of these buckets, revealing the white delicious rice kernels within. However, Fang Yuan did not take them out, but poured the rice grains into the rotting mud. He next lowered the smelly fart GU, and multitasked, activating the rice bag grass and smelly fart GU at the same time. The smelly fart GU glowed in an orange light, while the rice bag grass gave off a green light. The two fused together eventually. The fusion light dimmed, as it went deep into the urn. The urn vibrated intensely, before finally stopping as a new GU flew out of it, yellow-brown in color, like a lump of mud. It gave off a slight stench just like feces. This was the defecate GU. It might look unappealing, but it could cause people to suffer from diarrhea. Many doctors used it to heal illnesses and for detoxification. This GU was very valuable. Fang Yuan was calm as always. GU existed in all forms and sizes. It could be the pure and holy heavenly essence treasure lotus, the poetic and mysterious spring-autumn cicada, the evil and bizarre blood skull GU. Without a doubt, one that was disgusting in appearance, smell and touch, such as the defecate GU or smelly fart GU existed as well. Refining the rank 2 defecate GU was the first step. Next, Fang Yuan took out the big strength GU, bought from the shop as well. This could increase a GU master's strength for 50 breaths of time. Fang Yuan fused the big strength GU and defecate GU, successfully refining the big strength defecate GU. Although the big strength defecate GU was rank 3, its purpose was the same as the defecate GU, even looking similar, but its effect was 3 times as strong. This GU, however, was much less popular than its rank 2 counterpart. GU worms were not necessarily better as they get higher in rank. Rank 3 GU worms consumed much more food than their lower counterparts. Although the big strength defecate GU was more effective, the same effect could be achieved if one used the defecate GU multiple times. There were also cases of misdiagnosis, where the big strength defecate GU was used inappropriately and resulted in a person dying from excessive diarrhea. Obtaining the big strength defecate GU was the second step. Next, Fang Yuan took out the lion roar GU. This GU looked like a lion head, and once used, it summoned an image of a lion's head, the size of a stone mill, and unleashed the mighty lion's roar. It was often used to send signals or scare away wild beasts. In battle, when used properly, it could cause the opposing GU master to lose their concentration. Fang Yuan used both the lion roar GU and big strength defecate GU. As a result, a weird scene appeared in the air. A lion head's image opened its mouth and started to eat the big strength defecate GU. But after eating a third of it, the lion roar GU could not eat anymore, and the image was on the verge of collapsing. Thereupon, Fang Yuan willed, and summoned a paper crane GU, also bought from the shop. This GU was split into light blue, dark green, pink and several other colors. It was especially used to send letters. The light blue color paper crane flew towards the lion roar GU, and was swallowed by lion image. Doing 3 things at once. If outsiders saw this, they would scream out in shock. It would be impressive if ordinary GU masters could do 2 things at once. But 3, few could do it. This was a display of a GU master's extreme talent in refinement. Many ordinary GU masters required the use of GU worms to be able to multitask. Fang Yuan used the lion roar GU, big strength defecate GU as well as the paper crane GU using only his own mind. But to him, this was not talent, rather it was an accumulated experience. Any skills could be improved with practice. Fang Yuan spent 500 years, slowly gaining experience, and trained for hundreds of years. From doing a single task at one time, it increased to 2, then 3, sometimes he could even do 4 things at once. Of course, any more and he would need an assistant's GU worm. After the lion head image swallowed the paper crane GU, it no longer fizzled, but went back to original. Fang Yuan continued to will it to eat the big strength defecate GU. After another 1/3, the same thing happened, as the lion head image fizzled once again. Fang Yuan was not flustered and calmly called out the second deep green paper crane GU. As with before, the lion head image started to become unstable again after it swallowed the entire big strength defecate GU. Fang Yuan then used the third pink paper crane GU. After swallowing it, the lion head image suddenly shrunk by more than half, and its white body started to glow in light blue, dark green, and pink. At the same time, the lion image started to chant, "Eat shit, eat shit." The voice echoed in the room, causing Fang Yuan's ears to buzz. He was not afraid of the sound leaking, as it was a special secret room with reinforced walls, isolating any sounds. He cheered in his heart, this GU was finally completed. This was the eating one's words GU. But this eating one's words GU could only exist for 10 breaths before it destroyed itself. Fang Yuan did not dare to waste any time, calling the eating one's words GU to his side. As the light blue, deep green, and pink color lights shone on him, Fang Yuan's body started to produce a faint purple smoke. Eat shit, eat shit. The smoke trembled and moved about as the lion roared. In 2 breaths' time, the smoke gathered into the images of 2 poison vow GU. Fang Yuan willed, and the lion head image opened its mouth, swallowing it. As it chewed, the poison vow GU gave out an indignant cry, but it soon came to a stop. The lion head image opened its mouth again, swallowing the other poison vow GU. As it chewed, the poison vow GU was completely eliminated, not a trace of purple smoke remained on Fang Yuan. A few breaths later, the lion head image exploded into a 3-color rain in the air. The light rained down, causing the entire secret room to shine brilliantly. Fang Yuan stood among the light raindrops, revealing a cold smile as his lips curled up. Poison vow GU, hee 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 ha ha ha, trying to restrict me with a poison vow GU, how naive. However, they could not be blamed. In his previous life, this eating one's words GU only appeared 200 years later. It originated from a tribe leader in the West Desert, only spreading around the world after another few decades. After 10 more years, someone finally invented the black and white paper GU replacing the poison vow GU. It could not be broken by the eating one's words GU. The eating one's words GU lost its effects, but in another few hundred years, the distorting black and white GU appeared which was able to overrule the power of the black and white paper GU. Poison vow GU, eating one's words GU, black and white paper GU, distorting black and white GU, this was just a small segment of the struggle between agreements and breaking them. The struggle has been going on since the beginning of time and will continue into the future. Fang Yuan possessed 500 years of experience, it was as if he was ahead of the world by 500 years. It was not hard to overrule the poison vow GU. Once the restraints were gone, Fang Yuan felt relaxed. Most importantly, he only removed his side of the vow, thus, Sheng Yazi and Bai Ningbing still had the restraints of the poison vow GU on them. This way, Fang Yuan held the complete advantage against these 2 people. Sheng Yazi is narrow-minded, after I extorted him like this, he will definitely take revenge. But I have already planned for that, I shall let him play around for now. As for Bai Ningbing, now that you are dancing in the palm of my hands, I will make good use of you in the short run, there is no need to fall out yet. These few days, after I gave away half my primeval stones, and bought many GU, I spent over tens of thousands of primeval stones. Including the banquet treat, Nanchu Gardens rental, the expenses at the gambling den, and the food for GU worms, I have only 420,000 left. If one did not have huge worries, they would worry about small things. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan frowned. He wanted to assemble a set of GU worms, he might seem wealthy now, but it was not enough. Rank 1 GU worms were around 500 primeval stones. Rank 2 were 500 to 1,000. Rank 3 ranged from 1,000 to 10,000. For rank 4, it ranged from 10,000 to 100,000. For rank 5, it could range from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Rank 6 GU has never been sold before. These prices were only for ordinary GU. Some rare GU like liquor worm had the price of a rank 2 GU although they were rank 1. The relic GU was even more expensive. Green copper relic GU was 2,000, red steel relic GU was 8,000, white silver relic GU was 50,000, and the yellow gold relic GU was close to 300,000. Fang Yuan had 420,000 now. He could not even afford 2 yellow gold relic GU. Relic GU were natural GU, they cannot be refined by GU masters. In many occasions, not even money could buy them. I want to stay here for 2-3 years, 420,000 won't even last me for a year. GU masters rely on resources to cultivate, the higher the rank, more the expenses. Next, I still have to spend a ton on the gambling den. I need to find a good way to earn money. Shang Clan City was bustling and competition was intense, but chances were everywhere. As long as you had the ability, earning money was easy, but without ability, you will get eliminated. This was another law of nature, filled with cruel competition. Fang Yuan combined his previous life's experiences, and his understanding of this life, already having an idea on how to earn primeval stones. That would be the battle stage. Chapter 279. Chapter 279, attacking just like that. Wei Yong was distressed, he had been having a headache for the past few days. Shang Yanfei wanted to recruit Fang and Bai, but even after Wei Yang's probing, the two did not show a hint of interest in joining them. This was normal, they were youngsters, hot-blooded and at the peak of their lives, having grand aspirations and did not want to be under anyone, always thinking that effort was the key to success in this world. Naive, so very naive. Wei Yong could understand, he went through this phase in his youth. Thus, he did not directly recruit Fang and Bai. Once he made it clear, and got rejected, there would be no way to salvage the situation. Wei Yong was a sly fox, he had already devised a plan to make the two slowly fall into his trap. He did not think of anything scheming or devious. For something like recruiting talents, the important thing was willingness. If they were forced, it would ruin the entire result. Especially after Wei Yong had interacted with these two for a few days, he knew they were not the type to give in. Thus, Wei Yong decided to take it slow as he influenced them gradually, using a righteous method to achieve victory. For this, he had great confidence. What does a GU master's cultivation rely on? Resources. It is easy for righteous GU masters, but for demonic GU masters he. Wei Yong was once a demonic GU master, fighting his way out of the battle stage. He knew the hardships of being a demonic GU master. GU Master's cultivation could not steer away from primeval stones, GU worms, and food to feed them. The higher the cultivation, the greater the need for them. At the start, GU Masters could still fulfill this need using their own abilities. But later, they would find that the resources needed were too huge, and competition got more intense, sometimes they were even unable to procure food for themselves. When Wei Yong was rank 1, he stepped into the battle stage. From rank 1 to 2, then to 3, the stronger he got, the weaker he felt. Like a scholar, the more he learned, the more ignorant he felt about himself. The stronger Wei Yong got, the more he knew how weak he was. An individual was so weak, only by relying on others, and relying on a clan, could one survive better. When he realized this, he accepted Shang Yanfei's offer. He had gone through this himself. When Fang and Bai learn how weak they are alone, Shang clan's recruitment will come to fulfillment. But before that, I cannot watch Fang Zheng step into the wrong path, this would expend his youth and effort, and put that great talent he has to waste. In Wei Yang's perspective, Fang Yuan choosing the strength path was a huge mistake. The hot-bloodedness and ignorance of youth. Strength path. From Shang clan battle stage, among those demonic GU masters who managed to make it out, which one used strength to dominate? None. Strength path is one for bottom feeders, it cannot help a GU master in succeeding. Thinking of relying on the strength path to make it big in life. Fat chance. Nonetheless, things did not advance as he wished. These days, Wei Yong had approached Fang Yuan and advised him many times, but each time, he was rejected as Fang Yuan kept a firm attitude. Wei Yong learned just how stubborn Fang Yuan could be. After failing many times, he went back and considered it carefully, finally deciding on a new method of advising. This day, he came again. Brother Wei, you are advising me to enter the battle stage, and participate in battles. Fang Yuan showed a confused expression. Yes, I relied on the battle stage, cultivating step by step, I will definitely share my good experience with you. Wei Yong gave a sincere gaze. Next, he lifted 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits you can gain from entering the battle stage. Firstly, you can earn a fortune. Each battle that you participate in, as long as you win, you can gain primeval stones. The more viewers you get, the more the primeval stones you earn. Secondly, you can gain GU worms. There is a rule in the battle stage: the winner can choose a GU from the loser and take it from them. Thirdly, entering the battle stage can train your battle tactics. At the same time, it examines the strength and cooperativeness of your GU worms. It would help you to make the relevant adjustments. Fang Yuan heard Wei Yang's final sentence, and understood in his heart. These days, Wei Yang had advised him to give up on the strength path, and change to another path. After failing, he decided to use an indirect method, using the battle stage to let Fang Yuan experience the weakness of the strength path, forcing him to give up on it. The cultivation of the strength path was decided after a long and thorough analysis. It has great benefits for my future, how could I change it? But, the battle stage is also part of my plans. Thinking so, Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing with Wei Yang. Wei Yang was joyous. Back when you fought with me, you only borrowed the use of the battle stage. Shang Clan's battle stage has a refined system. If you want to participate, you will need to sign up for it. Follow me. Thus, the two came to 5th Inner City's battle zone. This was far more crowded than 3rd Inner City. As people moved about, all sorts of voices entered Fang Yuan's ears, and an intense atmosphere assaulted him. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th consecutive victory. Before long, he would be able to rise to 4th Inner City. He has rank 3 cultivation. It is certain that he will enter 4th Inner City. Did you see Wang Dahan and Ma Dequan's battle? It was so exciting. Wang Dahan lost to Ma Dequan, losing his most important raindrop GU. He is nearly crippled. Zhao Dashang and Zhang Niu's battle is about to start. Go see. These two are both from the strength path. There is nothing nice to watch. We might as well go see the match between Chao Da and Chao Er, a battle between brothers. Wei Yang purposely disguised himself, as he led the way for Fang Yuan. As he said, you need to have 30 net victories in 5th Inner City to advance to 4th Inner City. There, you will need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd Inner City. What do I mean by net victory? For example, if you won 10 battles, and lost 2, you would have 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels: low level in 5th Inner City, middle level in 4th Inner City, and high level in 3rd Inner City. Little brother, you are a newbie at the battle stage. Your wins and losses are both 0. According to the rules, you will have to start at 5th Inner City. Don't be anxious yet. The way I look at it, you should be able to quickly rise to middle level. As for high level, it might take quite some effort, but it should still be quite fast. A year or 2 would do. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulders and said. He acknowledged Fang Yuan's battle talent, but the strength path only dominated the middle and lower levels. Once he got to the high-level battle stage, where experts roamed, the strength path's weakness would gradually show, being greatly suppressed by other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two came to a grand hall. In the hall, there was a great number of GU masters requesting battles or checking battle details. Some were here to participate, some were here to watch battles, and there were even some here to set up their betting business. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door. There was a narrow walkway behind the door, and 2 GU masters guarded it. One of the GU masters came forward, saying to Wei Yang and Fang Yuan, "This is a special reception, unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." Wei Yang displayed his clan elder token, and the two quickly cupped their fists and gave way. After crossing the tunnel, it was another hall, with 4 reception tables. 3 of the tables had guests already. This place was much quieter than the grand hall. Fang Yuan used Gu Fang Zheng's name to sign up. After paying 500 primeval stones, he obtained a vine information GU. This GU was like a long vine, having many large jade green leaves. It was a rank 1 GU, storing some of Fang Yuan's information inside. This GU was not bought by Fang Yuan but rented to him by Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but he could not alter the information inside, only Shang Clan could. Of course, it was not hard to hack the rank 1 vine information GU, but Shang Clan had a backup copy of the information, and with everyone's watchful gaze, situations where the information was fake rarely happened. There are not many rules in the battle stage, there is a high degree of freedom. If you wish to battle, come here to sign up. Shang Clan will assign you an opponent. They can be stronger or weaker than you, but you can also designate the opponent you want, although they will have to agree. Once a month, an individual has one chance to challenge another person, where they are not allowed to reject. Moreover, there is also a restriction in the number of battles in the battle stage. A person can only issue one challenge a day. Every 10 days, you have to participate in at least one battle or we will remove one win from you. If your overall losses reach 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate again, you will need to sign up again. Now, are you interested in taking part, and trying it out? Wei Yang smiled. Fang Yuan nodded. This was the special reception, the efficiency of the receptionists was high. Fang Yuan was quickly assigned an opponent. The time is 1:30 p.m., the location is at number 5 battle stage, the terrain is grassland. There were only about 7 minutes till the start of the battle. Wei Yang brought Fang Yuan over to number 5 battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and skinny, an ordinary appearance and wore a green shirt. Seeing Fang Yuan enter the stage, joy flashed across his eyes. Looking at Fang Yuan, he was just a youngster, how high could his cultivation be? Looking at himself, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage, this was his first battle since coming out of closed cultivation, it was a good sign. Fang Yuan entered the field, number 5 battle stage was a middle stage battlefield, more than twice as large as the previous flagstone stage they had fought in before. The battlefield was covered in grass, Fang Yuan stepped on the ground with his boots, feeling the soft loamy soil underneath. There were only 2 to 3 people watching, including the disguised Wei Yang. Watching battles required primeval stones, Fang Yuan was a nobody. His opponent Tang Qing was slightly famous, but after his closed cultivation, the little attention he received previously vanished completely. Clang! The bells rang loudly, signifying the start of the battle. My name is Tang Qing. The young man was a gentleman, cupping his fists towards Fang Yuan. Jumping grass. Fang Yuan willed, stepping hard and bursting forth. What the FCK, attacking like that? Tang Qing was taken aback, not expecting this youngster to be so shameless, sneak attacking in public. He completely ignored the formalities. Chapter 280. Chapter 280. Sword Shadow GU 2 chapters in 1. No sooner said than done. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, pouncing on Tang Qing. Phew, a strong wind blew. Tang Qing only saw darkness in front of him, and before he was able to react, Fang Yuan's fist hit his chest. At once, Tang Qing could feel an intense pain assaulting him, almost causing him to faint on the spot. His ears could only hear the sound of winds brushing by, as his vision rolled back, he was sent flying by Fang Yuan's frontal assault. When he landed, his head spun. He saw grass, then the railings of the battle stage, then his face rubbed against the dirt. As he flipped and rolled, the grass was uprooted by the friction, causing the black soil to be exposed. His body was covered in grass and soil, the smell from the juices of the grass, the soil and fresh blood mixed together and entered his nose. He laid on the ground, dazed. After rolling and tumbling for so long, he felt his entire body hurting. But this feeling was nothing compared to the intense pain on his chest. He lowered his head to look at his chest, and breathed in cold air. Only to see that the left side of his chest had caved in by 2 inches, his skin was torn and flesh was exposed, his pale rib cage could be seen, broken. A stream of fresh blood poured out like a fountain. Fang Yuan had great strength, and also attacked suddenly, causing Tang Qing to be severely injured. Tang Qing stared with wide-opened eyes. After the shock, hatred burst out of his heart like burning magma. This rascal, unscrupulous and shameless, attacking me by surprise. Causing me to be severely injured, I want to kill him, I want to tear him into pieces. Go die. Just at this moment, Tang Qing heard Fang Yuan's growls. Fang Yuan took a few steps to arrive before Tang Qing, he raised his leg and stepped harshly at the area between Tang Qing's legs. Tang Qing felt his vision blurring, and squinted. Fang Yuan activated the canopy GU, and his body was covered by a white armor. Tang Qing's heart trembled. A rank 3 GU master. Fang Yuan had first used the breath concealment GU, but now that he attacked, he could no longer conceal his rank 3 aura. The truth directly sent Tang Qing's soul flying beyond the horizon. Such a young rank 3 GU master. He subconsciously activated his defense GU, as a gust of green wind surrounded his body. Fang Yuan had stored a lot of energy into this kick, it was supposed to smash Tang Qing's lower body part into paste. But because of the wind, the impact was greatly reduced. Ah! Tang Qing opened his mouth, his face contorted as he screamed out in utter anguish. Even with a defensive GU, the damage he suffered was like a lightning strike, his body automatically bounced up as he sat on the ground, using both arms to shield his pants. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, his left hand gathered into a fist and punched. He used all his strength for this punch. The force tore through the winds. Bam! A fist covered in white light landed heavily on Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing's screams came to a stop, as he rapidly fell backwards, his head hitting against the ground. Motionless, and not breathing. A fatal blow. His entire nose caved into his face, his eye bulged out as more than half of his eyeballs were outside the socket, and his skull was completely smashed. Blood flowed down slowly, dyeing the soil and grass red. Fang Yuan stood upright and looked down at the corpse, as the scene froze. After a few breaths' time, screams erupted from the surroundings. Dead he died. Someone was beaten to death. The 2 to 3 GU masters watching were tongue-tied. Even Wei Yong showed a peculiar expression. Although there were many battles in the battle stage, there were few deaths. Firstly, the battle stage allowed surrendering. Secondly, the GU master overlooking the battle can often stop the fatal attack in time. Thirdly, competitors tend to control themselves. After all, they were all trying to make a living in the battle stage, they would have to interact with one another quite often. Although they might argue over benefits, they would not try to take the other person's life. There was 2 reasons why Fang Yuan could kill Tang Qing. Firstly, he had just come out of cultivation, and his battle instincts were dull. If it was during a normal period, he would have used his defensive GU from the start, not getting into such a state. Secondly, Fang Yuan looked way too young, and used the breath concealment GU to hide his cultivation, causing Tang Qing to relax. Before he could react, Fang Yuan launched a sneak attack, with the first blow severely injured Tang Qing, and his next 2 attacks were lightning fast. Before the GU master taking care of the stage reacted, Tang Qing was already dead. The GU master hosting the battle rapidly came over. But when he saw Tang Qing's concave face, and the brain matter and blood oozing out from the cracks of his skull, he gave up on trying to save him. "Youngster, you were too much." He stared at Fang Yuan, speaking with an unhappy tone. Although the battle was short, he had observed the entire thing. Fang Yuan had control of the situation, he could have gone easy on Tang Qing and spared his life, but he did not. Fang Yuan shrugged. "It is just a life, why are you freaking out? According to the battle stage rules, I killed him, so all his possessions are now mine, right?" The battle stage host GU master snorted. "All his things are yours, but we have to take back the Vine information GU. Young man, I have to remind you, you do not respect life at all, that is a dangerous thought." "I am really sorry." Wei Yong walked over apologetically, then turned around. "This little brother of mine have been roaming outside, this is the first time he is participating in the battle stage." The GU master did not recognize Wei Yong, showing disgust on his face. "HMPH, you demonic GU masters are all like this, such an aggressive nature and enjoy killing and slaughtering. Never mind, I can't get through to you, pass me your Vine information GU." Fang Yuan took out the Vine information GU, and the host GU master edited the information inside, and returned it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected the GU, and his 0 wins record had become 1. He next searched Tang Qing's corpse, obtaining 4 GU. 3 rank 2 and 1 rank 1, they were ordinary GU worms, the total value was around 2,000 primeval stones. Tang Qing died very abruptly, causing him to have no time to self-detonate his GU worms. And he had just come out of closed cultivation, there was only 20 to 30 primeval stones on him. "Brother Fang Zheng, try to avoid killing in the future." After they left the battle stage, Wei Yong advised Fang Yuan. Even though there is no rules to prevent killing in the battle stage, Wei Yong shook his head, there is no need to fight to the death in every round. Although the battle zone might be huge, you are bound to encounter an opponent stronger than you eventually. We interact with each other more than you think, after all, we all live in Shangclan City. When it is possible to spare a life, one should show mercy. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, but if I let someone off, they might not let me off. I have encountered demonic GU masters in the past, attacking without a second word. If I do not strike, I will be assaulted. My experiences tell me to kill when I can, otherwise, I am breeding threats for myself, I cannot give my enemies a chance. Precisely because of this, I am able to live till today." Wei Yong was caught speechless. He suddenly thought, wasn't this Fang Yuan acting just like him in the past? Ruthless and savage, not trusting anyone, it all boils down to having no sense of security. Demonic GU masters had little to no sense of security. They were different from righteous GU masters who had their clans to rely on, clansmen to help them, safely getting resources, it gave them a sense of security and trust in each other. Demonic GU masters were mostly lone cultivators, receiving no support from anyone, even primeval stones and food have to be acquired by themselves. Many times, they eat one meal without the next, unable to fend for themselves. How could they feel safe? To ensure their survival, they could only take risks and attack people to loot them. Demonic GU masters were often alone, they did not dare to attack righteous groups, thus they can only lay their claws on other demonic GU masters. Thus, it leads to a vicious cycle. Demonic GU masters do not trust each other, often attacking on sight. They had no sense of security, thus their attacks were more ruthless. Wei Yong converted from demonic to righteous. His rich life experience gave him a deep understanding of both factions, more than any ordinary person. Why is it that the righteous faction flourished, and the demonic faction have to be suppressed? It was due to this. Fang Yuan's ruthless acts were completely understandable to Wei Yong. And because he understood, his heart went out to Fang Yuan. Although he is rank 3 cultivation, and has rich battle senses, he is still a kid. Sigh, looking at his attacks, I can tell how much hardship he has been through. Come to think of it, if he spared his opponent, wouldn't that be more strange? He did not spare his opponent, just like other demonic GU masters who initially entered the battle stage. I was like that too, wasn't I? Never mind, as time passes, he will slowly change. This change is gradual and subtle, I cannot forcefully influence him. Thinking so, Wei Yong stopped his nagging, and changed topic to the battle earlier. Little brother Fang Zhang, you said earlier that you have used several GU to modify your body, and increase your strength. Just how many did you use? Since brother Wei is asking, I shall answer to the best of my ability. I used 3, black and white boar GU, crocodile strength GU, and currently, the brown bear innate strength GU that I just bought. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He, black and white boar GU gave you the strength of 2 boars, crocodile strength GU gave you the strength of a crocodile. But brother, have you thought about it? If a boar charged at you, what injuries would you sustain? Wei Yong spoke with an enlightening tone. Fang Yuan knew Wei Yang's intentions, thus he cooperated, saying, if he does not defend, how can a mortal body take the hit of a wild boar? His stomach will tear and it would be a gruesome sight. Wei Yang's smile widened. Then if you place that person's head in a crocodile's mouth, and the crocodile bites, what would happen? The head would burst like a watermelon. Fang Yuan replied. Wei Yong next asked, you have the strength of 2 boars, 1 crocodile and your own strength. Your first punch however, only made a dent in his chest, and broke a few ribs. Your third punch landed on his face, but only cracked his skull. What does that say? But before Fang Yuan replied, he continued, punches and kicks can only unleash a portion of the strength in a person's body. Although you have 2 boars and 1 crocodile's strength, how many % can you use? The greatest weakness of the strength path lies here. A person's strength is like a huge vat, filled with water, but when you battle, you can only use a portion of that water. Black and white boar GU, crocodile strength GU, brown bear innate strength GU, these can permanently increase strength but are expensive GU. You invested so much money, yet only getting a portion of the results, sometimes not even 10%. If you invest your money elsewhere, you can gain much greater effect. I see, brother Wei is saying all these to make me give up on the strength path. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, like he finally understood what was happening. I understand that logic. The human body has a different structure from wild beasts, we can hardly display their true strength. But using GU also depends on being one with them. I've heard of many strength path GU masters who managed to unleash the beast phantom, displaying the full power of the GU worm. There is such a thing indeed. When I was still in the battle stage, I met many strength path GU masters. As their proficiency in the GU increases, sometimes, the beast phantom appears in battle and they can use the full strength of the GU, it is very threatening. But you do not know, the number of times this happens is too few. Moreover, the attack method is very rigid, only when using a specific attack style can the beast phantom be summoned, it is easy to evade. Wei Yong continued to advise painstakingly. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, he had the exact thought, but that is also why he needed that legendary GU. What came out of his mouth was, Brother Wei, I appreciate your concern, but the strength path is my choice, I want to see it till the end. Sigh, then go ahead with it. Wei Yong sighed, seeing Fang Yuan being so obstinate, he could not force him. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had already joined the battle stage. Wei Yong thought, what happens next should change Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan had to stay in Shangclan City for a few more years, there was a lot of time left, Wei Yong was not anxious. Soon, half a month passed. In the gambling den, the shopkeeper bent his back, standing beside Fang Yuan, smiling. Brother Wei, want to pick a few rocks to play? We might get something good. I'll treat you to a few. Fang Yuan smiled and said. Wei Yong stood beside Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Today is the day Tang Xiang forcefully challenges you. To think the Tang Qing you killed was his brother. Fang Zheng, you should be vigilant. In order to take revenge, Tang Xiang purposely fell from 4th inner city to 5th. He has a small fame, able to use the strength of 3 bears. He is coming with vengeance. Although he said so, he was not worried, but instead, looking forward to it secretly. These days, Fang Yuan won another match, thus this would be his 3rd match. Wei Yong was hoping this Tang Xiang would awaken Fang Yuan and cause him to abandon the strength path, changing to another style. I will deal with it when it comes. What is there to worry about? If Brother Wei is not going to choose, I'm going to. I have already seen several good rocks. Fang Yuan's eyes glowed as he picked a few gambling rocks. The shopkeeper instructed his clerks to carefully select the gambling rocks and bring them out. Fang Yuan said, pointing to a leg of the counter. This rock supporting the leg seems to be a stellar stone. The shopkeeper was stunned, but quickly replied, esteemed customer sure has amazing eyes. This rock was placed there a few years ago by me. The counter leg was damaged by a gambler's kicking, so I picked a squarish stellar stone and used it to fill in the gap. Fang Yuan frowned. Rocks are meant for gambling, how can you use it like that? You're truly burying the rock's potential. Today, for my last piece, I shall choose that. Yes, esteemed customer is right. The shopkeeper nodded rapidly, but he felt indifferent in his heart. The grade of the stellar stone was very important, arrow or shooting star-shaped ones were the best. This rock was obviously a useless one, no one asked for it when it was on the counter, so the shopkeeper used it to balance the counter instead. The clerks worked together, pulling out the stellar stone from the counter leg, then placing it together with the other rocks to send it for dissection. At the dissection counter, a few young dissection masters were opening rocks for a middle-aged GU master, moving delicately and slowly. Wei Yong did not approve of Fang Yuan gambling rocks. Seeing him pick this rock, he shook his head secretly. Even if he was not a gambler, he knew the importance of grades. Fang Yuan's final rock was completely chosen at random, even he could not stand it. Fang Yuan had been spending the last few days at the gambling den, spending primeval stones, but did not get much rewards out of it. Sometimes he got a few GU, but they were rank 1 or 2, or even corpses and carcasses. In Wei Yang's heart, Fang Yuan was purely wasting his money, but he did not say anything against it. The less primeval stones Fang Yuan had, the more he needed to rely on Shang Clan, that was something he wanted to see. Fang Yuan was excited in his heart but kept a calm expression, staring at the dissection counter in anticipation. These days, he had been roaming around the gambling dens, purposely choosing some bad rocks to leave an impression. Although he had controlled himself, and only played small, the gambling rocks were like an endless abyss. In less than a month, he lost over 100,000 primeval stones. But thinking about the legendary GU he was about to receive, not only 100,000, even 500,000 was worth it. Although this legendary GU was rank 3, its effect was simply amazing, and it was nearly extinct. Most likely, this was the last one in this world. Wei Yong frowned. Mind the time, you have to rush to the battle stage later. Shopkeeper, can the dissection be faster? Of course. The shopkeeper recognized Wei Yong the external clan elder, and quickly nodded. He ran to the dissection counter, waving his hand, saying to the young dissection masters, go. He sent those dissection masters away, to one side. My rocks, the middle-aged GU master cried out. Rock dissecting was a meticulous process. Once they got interrupted, the young dissection masters flustered and caused a few of the rocks to be destroyed. Li Ran, stop screaming, we will return you your primeval stones. The shopkeeper shouted. The middle-aged GU master with a messy beard stared with wide-opened eyes, saying indignantly, what if there was a GU inside? The shopkeeper laughed in disdain, waving his hand at the middle-aged GU master. Come on Li Ran, you have been gambling for so many years, you only choose low-grade rocks, when have you ever gotten anything good? Stop making a din, or you will lose your compensation. Spit, such a large shop's bullying customers, you are looking down on me, one day, I will make it big in life. The middle-aged GU master muttered, his tone furious but did not continue making a din. Li Ran, this name made Fang Yuan recall a certain memory. He could not help but show a weird expression. This Li Ran was that person who obtained the legendary GU. Of course, they might have the same name. But no matter what, Li Ran's one chance at success was snatched by Fang Yuan. The 5 old masters took the stage, starting to dissect the rocks. The younger masters were speechless, these seniors were using all sorts of flashy methods. Many rocks were easy to dissect, only requiring little primeval essence, but they had to use their full force, and cause their primeval essence to be greatly expended, using many steps only to raise the success rate by a meager %. More than 10 rocks, including scrap grade, low grade and middle grade were quickly opened. There is a GU, the Sword Shadow GU. Rank 3 Sword Shadow GU, so rare. A living GU, it is definitely alive, congratulations esteemed customer. The old masters cupped their fists at Fang Yuan, sighing in relief. Fang Yuan had been gambling these few days, but did not get any rewards. It caused these old masters to feel uneasy. The shopkeeper ran over, looking joyous. Esteemed customer, you have earned a lot. The Sword Shadow GU can be sold for 32,000 primeval stones, but you only spent 8,000. The surrounding people were envious of Fang Yuan, and that Li Ran even pouted, saying sourly, HMPH, you just got lucky. That's good brother, the Sword Shadow GU is at the same level as my Broadsword Light GU. I advise you not to sell it but use it yourself. Wei Yong congratulated. He, the light at the end of the tunnel, I said my luck was not so bad. Fang Yuan laughed. Brother Wei, after today's match ends, I will treat you to a drink, let's celebrate. Wei Yong nodded, not rejecting it. He did not know that although Fang Yuan was cheerful on the outside, his heart was in complete shock at the moment. The Sword Shadow GU was an accident, it was not his goal. That stellar stone supporting the counter had no GU inside after dissecting it, it was a useless rock. How can this be? Where is that legendary GU? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was flashing with questions as his heart stirred. Numerous suspicions popped up in his mind. How can this happen? Wasn't the legendary GU hidden in this stellar stone? If it is not this stone, where can it be? Or maybe it was not this rock, or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were false. Where am I supposed to find that legendary GU now? Things had progressed way out of Fang Yuan's expectations. The GU that he thought was easily obtainable had gone missing, and the Sword Shadow GU he had obtained out of luck was not enough to recoup his losses these few days. If there is no legendary GU, my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how can this happen? There might be an error in the rumors, but rumors travel far and wide, there has to be a basis for it. Especially when this detail was so specific, there was nothing that deviated from the rumors, but why is it? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. Without this legendary GU, his strength path cultivation would be gone like smoke. Do I really need to change my cultivation direction? But if I do that, the 3 kings' inheritance would be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissection greatly affect Fang Yuan's plans. But he did not know what the problem was, or what went wrong. The rumors had been shrouded in a deep mysterious fog. It is almost time, we should head to the battle stage. At this time, Wei Yong reminded.